Mr. Aurora, I don't remember. Tell me what it was that you said needed to be added or removed. I think I did it already.
Accessory after the fact.
Oh, right. So I'm adding,
That's true.
the state didn't have an issue with that. I think you asked for that too. Okay. State also asked that I include solicitation to both the conspiracy and the murder.
Okay.
So I am adding those.
Do we need all the lesser included if I just want to go on the indictment, or is that just something?
Well, it's,
I can't go all or nothing?
no,
Okay.
can't do all or nothing. Court of Appeals might not like that if they have to review it.
Even if I waive it?
Yeah, because if they, we wouldn't do so. I mean,
Does it?
if y'all agree,
Yeah.
if you agreed, I think I might be able to get away with it, but
Okay.
somebody's gonna be unhappy with that. One party or the other is gonna be unhappy, and be like, that's too bad for those wages included, so. So I'm adding solicitation to both the conspiracy and first degree murder, and I'm adding, accessory after fact to both also. On page 5, in the definition of conspiracy to commit first degree murder, in paragraph 2, that the second part to that was actually the definition of first degree murder. I'm scratching that. That kind of confuses things. So paragraph 2 will read that each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the offense of first degree murder. Okay. I did add the stipulations. I added the experts. I took out defendant testifying. So let's go back to, I guess for it to be complete. On page 4, where I list the charges. Of course, I'm gonna add solicitation and accessory after the fact there. And when it comes to count 2, I've added solicitation to first degree murder, second degree murder, aggravated assault. Do I need to plead on the assault? Just out of an abundance of caution, or y'all good if I don't? It just kind of feels like overkill for me to get that. Okay, so the parties agree, I will leave it off of assault. Assault is the last offense there. Okay. Anything else?
Yes, sure. We skipped my mic about mere presence instruction.
Who?
Mere presence instruction.
As to the conspiracy,
As to the conspiracy.
it's in a definition somewhere. Where did I read it?
Thank you.
Hold on, let me. It's part of a definition. I think it's probably in the conspiracy definition.
Okay, if it's there, that's fine.
Hold on, let me.
Page 18. Page 18, there it is.
Page 18. In what? Because now I've added a bunch of stuff. So what is it a part of?
So it's under the criminal responsibility for conduct of another section, right above accomplice.
Okay. Yeah, last paragraph of the second to the last paragraph. However, mere presence during the commission of offense is not sufficient to support a conviction. hard no, just a hard no. All right.
And then between closings, we'll need a second to switch to
That's fine.
download.
That's fine. Do I need to put a time limit on closing arguments? Normally don't. But I see everybody would be.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not that long.
You've been pretty fairly reasonable throughout. I haven't had to clear my throat, look at you hard, so.
That's what I was keeping back to.
Right. I think I know of ways to get your attention, and I don't wanna have to do it.
I don't wanna go long.
And I'm gonna give you the opportunity to present your case. I'm not getting ready to step on that. Just, when I start hearing the same things over and over again, I get restless, and that's just.
If I'm doing that, then I really screwed it up.
Right. Okay. Well, good. So, let's stand in recess to 1:30.
Of course, in recess to 1:30.
All right, thank you.
Word is they gonna start it up or what, man? This is what we waiting on. They gonna start it up or what?
This was taped 2 days after the shooting.
Moved to Miami to do some stuff. Dog called youngster again. Said, man, we need to squash the beef. We need to squash all this stuff. We from the same hometown. We need to come together. Youngster said, hell no, nigga, fuck you. Youngster sends his brother to go take care of Dolph because Dolph comes to Miami.
Okay.
You had that situation where your brother got killed.
Yeah, facts. That changed me.
Shooting near a popular restaurant and hangout spot.
Did you know
It's been reported that Blac Youngsta bulletproof truck was shot up in Memphis on October the 29th last month.
Make sure I don't get these dates right. Yeah. 17th at 6:08. Called me and said, man, I ain't gonna be able to meet you right now, but can you drive my truck over somewhere? He said, I can't remember where he said, but can you drive it? I get the keys and go from there. I said, youngster, I ain't driving this truck. I said, the motherfucker shot up all on one side. Windows cracked, windshield cracked. I said, I'm not driving this truck. I said, if you want this truck, you come get this motherfucker. Uh-huh. He said, and I said, come get it tonight. I said, you. I'm just gonna wait. I said, but you in the city though. Yeah, I'm in the city. I'm trying to fly out. I'm trying to get out of here by tomorrow. I said, all right. So he called me the next day, which was yesterday. Called me yesterday. I'm gonna tell you what time. He called me yesterday at 4:15. He said, man, do you think you can drive the truck down here to me in Atlanta? Because I just flew out and I'm back. I said, yeah, I'll drive it down there to you. I said, I'll bring it to you right now. He said, all right, cool. So I'm getting ready to drive it to him. I was getting ready to drive it down there to him. It was about 4:30 in the evening. My wife called me, had wanted me to do something. So I was like, all right, I can't do it. I called him back. I said, I can't do it. He said, well, I'm going to have somebody come up tomorrow, which was today. Mm-hmm. He called me at 10:55 this morning. He said, I ain't do it. They say I ain't do it. I said, what are you talking about? Man, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I ain't do it. I said, youngster. I'll call him. That's a conversation. I said, show them the picture of their car that they looking for. Mm-hmm. I said, who? I don't know what it is. So I did this right here. Hold on. I said, you don't know who car that is? I said, that they look for right now. He said, man, that's my girlfriend calling the policy. This is policy right here. All right. He said, I said, that ain't that car right there, that white car. Uh-huh. He said, man, that's my girlfriend car you talking about right there. I said, youngster, are you all right? He said, man, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know nothing. I said, let me tell you this right here. You got me caught up in some shit right now. I said, that car that's in your name, that you got insurance on, that you wrecked last year when you called me and told me you wrecked it. On the side, behind the right passenger door. Yeah. Is it behind the passenger door? Okay. Yeah. I said that car. Ain't but two doors. Ain't but two doors. Right.
And on the passenger side, you can see where it's roughed up.
I said, you should have got that car fixed when that happened last year when your girl wrecked it. I said, now these niggas riding around in that motherfucking car. I said, best thing you can do right now is say that car's stolen, and I filed a report for it right now. The man, can you go and do this? I said, man, you fucked up. I said, y'all can think this shit out, man. I said, you fucked up. Man, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Give me my keys so I can roll. I gave the nigga them keys.
Can you give me a print? It don't come back. It don't come back to you.
Yeah. They in the car and you in the town. I said, Sammy, y'all in the car and you in town.
Aren't you still this lawyer?
Yeah. I said, you in the car and you in town. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I said, God in Miami right now.
And staying.
I said, money bag in now. Lil Migo, another one of they little promise. I said, he in Atlanta right now. I said, but you the only motherfucker here right now.
And it's your woman's car.
And your woman calling the news. I said, man, you need to get in that truck.
And get out of here.
Get the fuck out of here, man. And I said, all right, man, I just called you, man. And he stood up, just like this. He stood up right there. And he said, man, we've been through a lot together, and I love you. He grabbed my hand, and the way he stand up, the way he hugged, like embraced me, like this here. He did this, and then he said, man, I love you. Just like that.
Like he know he finna die.
I said, is everything all right with you, man? He said, man, I gotta go.
He did that shit.
He did that shit, man. And if he didn't do it, he never did it. Oh yeah, he absolutely no. Absolutely no. That's what I know.
But why would they use that car?
That's a good question. That's what I want. Like, that's dumb. Why would you do that? I don't understand it, man. Right as day, right here. I looked when I saw the car. I was seeing all his cars. Yeah, he got 2 Mercedes like that, or 3 or 4 Mercedes like that. Jeep, Lamborghini, another Lamborghini, and a Jeep. You know the truck, right? You know, I was just talking about the armored truck. I said, man, come on, why would you do like you taking no picture of the truck? Hell no, I don't know evidence in my phone. Yeah. I ain't telling nobody else, but I'm telling you. I gotta go talk. They send me a thing. Some detective called me today and said they want me to come down here at 10 o'clock Monday to talk to them.
Yo, it's your boy Brazy, man. We back up in here, just talking about this young Dolph situation, man. We're gonna really get into it. So in the beginning of this, we got J Money that's cool with young Dolph. You know what I'm saying? That was his right hand, that was Dolph's right hand, it was homeboys. You know what I'm saying? J Money was killed. And it was said that, J Money would have made the streets crowd with Dolph, as we could see, but other people didn't feel the same. You know what I'm saying? But when we look at it, J Money, he was the head honcho of Triller Gang, Triller Mafia. He was the head honcho of them niggas. You know what I'm saying? He was the crew. But it was ties in the beginning. As you can see, J Money was good people with Moneybag Yo and all them. You know what I'm saying? So this way you see when everybody said Moneybag Yo and Young Dolph was cool at one time. Yeah, because of J Money. J Money held the glue. He held them together, as you can see. But when you get off into it, you got J Money got a brother named D Money. You know what I'm saying? D Money ended up getting killed. Just like his brother J Money. J Money was killed in 2016. D Money was killed like in 2020. But D Money, just like his brother J Money, was cool with Moneybag and all them. They was good people. They all had ties to each other. Even like I say, D Money in 2020. But he was killed. Now the crazy part about all this, D Money get killed, but yet you got Dolph signs D Money's killer, Big Unc, allegedly, to a deal. He's paper out. So I'm wondering why we got Big Moochie and all them looking funny and moving funny, because somebody knew that, yeah, Buddy had something to probably do with D Money getting killed and Dolph signed this man. So, of course, we got Triller Mafia, which is J Money's set. Rest in peace, J Money. Of course, they feel some type of way, you know what I'm saying? Because Dolph signed dude, then yet, how you think they're going to feel about Dolph? It was a problem. But yet, in the end, they all link back up. Because as you can see, as soon as the shit go down, there you go. They all together once again. So it's safe to say, man, I feel like Young Dolph played a dirty game. I mean, with being best friends with J Money, knowing his brother D Money got killed by somebody that you just signed to your label, these boys was gonna feel a certain type of way, man. We all know that. I mean, that's why it seemed like it played out so goofy because, at first we like, damn, who put a hit out on Dolph? But I mean, this kind of working both ways for Triller Mafia. When you got a certain side in your city that wants somebody gone, and now y'all kind of got a reason y'all want them gone anyway, then look at how the shit play out. You know what I'm saying? It's a 2-for-1. Shit, they turned around and did all they got to do is come up off under their situation, and they really good. You know what I'm saying? But it's not looking like that's gonna happen. And we do know what went down. I mean, as far as what we're seeing, I mean, we don't know actually what went down, but we know what we're seeing on the news and what they putting out there for us to see. But from the looks of it, when you play it all out, that could be the real reason why, we see the actual Triller Mafia members involved in Young Dolph Death. For the simple, they feel like he was wrong. Old boy, allegedly, who had killed J Money. I mean, well, not J Money, with D Money. I'm sorry about that, D Money. J Money, little brother. So that's something to think about. I'm gonna let y'all marinate on that. Shit, it's crazy. I'm out, man.
On the side, there's two more cameras. I don't think that middle one's the camera, I can't tell, but there's two more cameras there. Do you see that?
This
I think my associate has skipped ahead one. Just skip ahead one photo and then we'll go back to it.
Just keep going. This one right here.
You see the cameras there on the other side of the building, right?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, zoom in, and you see two more cameras on the left side front of the building. You see one on the right side and one on the left side?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, and so this is right towards the front where you saying there's a mural of the car we saw with the camera to the side. You see there's more cameras right there. In fact, it's a motion camera, so if you walk up there, the little dots come on. You see that camera?
Yes.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, just a close-up of the same camera, right?
Yes.
All right, and so that's the business across the street. You familiar with that at all? Have you seen it?
The store?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, is that the store you guys went to get cigarettes?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, if you don't remember, you just mentioned a gas station or something, but a convenience store can be a gas station.
That was once we left the apartments.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, so I think we've already looked at this one, but there's cameras there on the side. You see it in the far back of the building. One more slide, please. That's just a close-up. Go ahead. All right, zoom in. And so on the back side, you see cameras there as well with the wires sticking out and stuff?
Yes.
Okay, so with the cameras, they're in the front, they're on both the sides, they're by the office, they're in the back, and it warns you that this is under video surveillance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you told the police specifically that you went to pressure wall. That was your words, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can we cue up the audio, please? The pressure wall one. I just want you to listen to your statement, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay? Can you turn up the sound? Do we have a TV remote to turn up the sound?
It came up from,
Go back a little.
When you pick them up, from the two lanes, you guys went somewhere in Deidre, am I right?
Was.
In the mile,
Yes.
over there on Dedrick and David? Yeah. And somebody met you guys there and gave your boyfriend something? Your boyfriend went and picked up something?
Stop that. Play it again.
Okay.
Play it again and play it louder. Did you say I don't remember, right? When he asked you about picking up something with your boyfriend, he's sort of prompting you to whatever, and you said you don't remember. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to speak up so the jury
Yes.
can hear you. Okay, let's go.
Over there on Dedrick and David? Yeah. And somebody met you guys there and gave your boyfriend something? Your boyfriend went and picked up something?
I don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay, keep going.
Wow. Okay, finish what you doing.
It's Canadians, he shot drop. He shot down on the drop.
Okay. Now, hold on before you go to that. Yeah. Doing, you called, go to the store, you're going somewhere, and he tells you to stop. Let me get something. He was missing something. Because when he called you, he didn't call you from his phone, did he? Right. He didn't call you from his phone to go pick him up from the toilet. Whose phone did he call you from? Okay. And then, where did you, when you asked him who fucking photo is this?
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can. First up, let's talk about AI color themes. You can get any combos you want, bold and bright, minimalist and sleek.
All right, then he tell you that he had to go get something, that he forgot something, that he needed to go back and get? Right.
What did he say there? What did you say there when he said, did you say no, that you don't remember him saying it to go get something?
I can't hear what he said.
Do you remember what you said?
No, I don't.
Play it again.
Fucking photo is this? All right, then he tell you that he had to go get something, that he forgot something, that he needed to go back and get? Right.
All right, so when they ask you about having to go do anything, your first thing, and this is December 17th, exactly 30 days after the shooting, you said you don't remember to the police, right?
Yes.
And then they ask you, wasn't there something your boyfriend said that you forgot, or something that he needed to go get, or those kinds of things? They're prompting you, right, to tell you what you're supposed to say.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Let's talk about Govan. Play that clip, please.
What's the guy? He had something, cause drop, he figured I knew something. He was like, nah, my girl don't know nothing. My girl don't know nothing. And what's this guy's name? He stay on Brad. The car was found across the street from his house.
What about that? He was asking what?
He in the middle of this too.
Okay. We got any other talking about, but tell me what's his name? You know his nickname? Was that a dope boy? Used to be a dope boy?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I don't. All I know is me used to go over his house and get some bills.
Okay. Okay.
You know what his name is or?
Okay. What's the name there? You know?
It's cute. Does he have a cute? You know? What? Okay.
All right. So a month after they're asking you about something, because your memory was really good today about Quet, and you seemed very calm and collected about it. But back then, when they asked you what the guy's name was, and you said Cornelius had already told you, Quet or Govan, over and over and over again and tell you, was it a guy with the initial Q, right, on Bradley Street?
Yeah, but I forgot his name.
Okay, so you forgot his name 1 month after that, and 4 years later, you remember it perfectly.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Bobby Carter also lives there on Bradley Street, right?
Yes.
And Bobby Carter also sells pills.
I know he sold them.
Okay, but your boyfriend Cornelius hung out with Bobby Carter, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And the thing about the car being across the street, that's Cornelius telling you that. You have no knowledge of that, right?
Well, I saw it on the news, and before then, he told me that the car was parked, that, Justin parked the car behind the empty house across the street.
Okay, so he told you that, and then you saw more things on the news, and that's how you remember this, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you also watched part of the trial yesterday, just not your boyfriend's part, right?
Right.
Okay. With regards to who's responsible for all this, one second. Did Cornelius ever tell you that Bobby Carter was involved in the shooting of Dolph?
No.
Okay, you're sure about that? Because I'm going to play a video just now, so I'm going to ask you again.
I can't recall.
Okay, well, no is different from I can't recall.
I can't recall.
Okay, so let's play that part of the video. And just remember, you're under oath.
Fine. The white one was the one caught with Kanye. And told police who the cop was. Because he was in on it too.
All right, so you just said Cornelius told you that Bobby's the one that called us Mercedes in because Bobby was in on it too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. Bobby Carter lives on Bradley Street. He's in on the shooting. That's what you said, right?
That's what I said.
Okay, and that was just a month after all this happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. With regards to pressure wound and all the cameras we saw there, what time of day did you get the pressure wound?
It was in the daytime.
Right. Any ballpark as to when in the daytime? Lunchtime, dinner time, mid-afternoon?
I say mid-afternoon.
Okay. And so after you were pressure wound, you guys went to AutoZone?
Yes.
Okay. And it was Cornelius that said we need to get a car cover for it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to the AutoZone, I assume, just not too far from where you guys were at pressure wound?
I can't remember.
Okay. And do you remember the video cameras at AutoZone? Would you imagine that there's surveillance cameras at a big store like AutoZone?
I imagine so.
Okay. And do you remember if you went in or if your boyfriend went in?
I can't remember.
Do you have any idea how you guys paid for it?
He had cash.
Okay. Was that his cash?
He Govan gave him some money. I don't know how much it was.
Okay. So now you're saying, because we talked about the meeting, you said he got his phone supposedly, even though you didn't see it, but now you're saying he also got some money from Govan?
Yes.
Okay. How much money did he get? Okay. Car covers can cost $50 to $200. You have any idea what kind of car cover it was?
No, I don't.
Okay. What happened to the car cover?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it at your house when you guys wanted to take it home?
No.
Where did you take it?
It was in my truck, but I don't know what happened to it.
Okay. With regards to the money that, well, first, are you testifying to this jury that Cornelius, prior to Dolph being killed, told you that he was going to do it?
He was telling me about meetings that they had, conversations that they had.
Okay. You're his girlfriend, and what did you think those meetings were about?
I didn't take it serious.
Speculation. What did he tell you about these meetings prior to the murder?
He was just saying that they want to put a hit out on Dolph.
And that was okay with you as his
I
girlfriend?
didn't take it serious because at the time Cornelius was popping pills really bad.
Okay. Cornelius has lied to you a lot over your relationship, has he not?
Yes.
All right. And you've had domestic violence issues?
Yes.
He's stolen your TVs and sold them?
Yes.
He's taken your guns and sold them, right? The 9mm handguns.
Yes.
Is there any chance he used those guns as part of the shooting?
I don't think so.
All right. And how many shootings do you know Bobby to have done over the years?
I don't know.
More than 3 or 4, right?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Cornelius. I asked you about Bobby. Cornelius took your guns And you don't know how many times he may have used those, right?
I don't.
You do know that he pulled a gun on his child's mother sometime during your relationship. I'm just asking her if she knows. They've been dating for 9 years now.
What relevance?
Approach.
Speaking of when Cornelius has lied to you, he also told you he was going to get like $1.5 million for doing this, right?
Yes.
And then it became maybe $1 million.
Yes.
Then it became maybe $500,000.
I don't recall it.
Okay. And then maybe $100,000. You remember that?
I don't recall it.
And then do you remember $50,000?
No, I don't.
Do you recall Joke's attorney paying for Cornelius's lawyer?
I don't.
Okay. With regards to the AutoZone, pressure roll, pressure rolls right after the shooting. You pick him up, he's bleeding, right?
Yes.
And you said he's bleeding a lot.
Yes.
Right. What does that mean, bleeding a lot to you?
He was bleeding so the point he messed up my seats on my truck.
Okay. The bullet was lodged in his shoulder, right?
Yes.
So who got it out? Because you can't just survive with a bullet stuck in your body with a hole that's leaking blood.
He didn't get the bullet out of him, so he came down here at 201.
Okay. So he stayed with that bullet in his shoulder for almost a month? 3 weeks?
Past a month.
Well, the shooting happened on November 17th. He's arrested on December 9th. So he had that bullet. So how was he treating all that bleeding that was going on or not getting an infection?
Well, when I picked him up, his wound was already patched up.
Okay. When you picked him, it was patched up, but then you said he was still bleeding.
He was still bleeding.
Okay. On the day that he was arrested, the jury's heard some testimony about what happened. Is it your testimony that you were with Cornelius that morning?
That the shooting happened?
No. The day he's arrested, December 9th, his daughter's birthday.
Yes, I was.
Okay. So if somebody said it was just him alone, that would not be correct, right? You were with him.
Yes.
Okay. So that morning, did he appear normal to you?
Yes.
He was thinking clearly?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay. I mean, he wasn't drunk or high or any of that kind of stuff. He just,
He took some pills for the pain,
okay. But pain pills, right?
I guess.
All right. So he wasn't intoxicated to you because you wouldn't let him drive if that was the case, right?
He wasn't intoxicated.
Okay. And so then you went with him to the grocery store to get the balloons and the cake.
Yes.
All right. And then you guys went to the school to drop that stuff off.
No, he dropped me off before. He dropped me off at work and
Okay.
he went back.
All right. And as far as you knew him that day, he wasn't intoxicated. He'd taken some pills for the pain.
Yes.
Okay. The night that he was going to go clean the car, do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
You dropped him off near Bradley Street, right?
Yes, at the top of the street.
Right. And then you went around the block how many times before he came back?
I'd say once.
All right. Just a couple minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you dropped him off. he goes to clean the car, did he have some bleach products and stuff with him?
He had some products. I don't know what kind of products it was, but yes, he did.
He had some bottles in his hand that he said. Okay. So he leaves the car with some bottles in his hand, as far as you know, clean something. And in about 2 minutes, he's back and you pick him up and off you go, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know the prosecutor talked to you a lot about, you know, these meetings and all that. I'm going to play some sound for you. And I want you to tell me, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about it.
And we needed to talk to you. Right, and that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing. I got you.
Stop it. Play it back. You said everything came from a higher power, right? Just now?
Yeah.
Okay, play it back and let's let her hear it again.
And we needed to talk to you. Right, and that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing. I got you. But you didn't got who got it?
I don't know who wants to.
No, I don't know. We don't.
It's all over.
No, but you know what? You got access to the man that actually killed Dolph. And he told you. What did he tell you that shit come from?
Stop. Who told you that stuff? So this is all before the Q stuff that I played for you earlier. When they first asked you what's happening, you said it's coming from a higher power. And you paused and you thought about it. They didn't say, does it start with a J? Where does he live? What did he do? First words out of your mouth was, Jook did this, right?
Yes.
All right, keep playing it.
And it came from you. No. Who told you that? Who's he? So he said he came from Juke. Juke being who? Because we want to make sure we're talking about the same Juke. Unfortunately, there's more than one Juke. CMG meaning the Joe Gotti's brother, Juke?
Juke, yeah.
All right. So when they asked you 2, maybe 3 times, it's Jook, CMG, Jook set all this stuff up. I know we've been talking about these meetings at Govan's house, but when it came down to it, Jook's giving the orders, Jook's paying, Jook's doing everything. That's what Cornelius told you, right?
Yes.
Let's do one more clip.
You know, I don't know what Juke said to him. I none of it, but he told me. He looked Juke in his eyes. Inside.
So you was the one that actually, they were accused of. And you was the one that asked him to kill to kill Dolph. No, but when you said, he said he told you.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
All right, so again, when they ask you, where did the order come from? Who told him? Who was going to do that? It's always Jook, right?
That's what he said.
All right, and so the meetings, does Cornelius use the word meeting a lot with you? Or was he just over at Govan's house to buy pills and hang out with his friend?
A lot of time I was at work, so him going over there, a lot of times I wasn't around, but the couple of times that I took him over there, he was buying pills.
Okay. And again, everything is based on what Cornelius has told you.
Yes.
The guy that you said has lied to you about a lot of stuff, including, for example, he may get back together with his child's mother after he gets this money.
He never told me that.
Never told you that. But if he would have made that statement and we talked about it yesterday, that would be, he's never told you that, right?
He never told me that.
Does he ever say he runs game on you? Just telling you what you want to hear?
Sometimes.
Okay. Just have a moment, Your Honor. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
Can you redirect that?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Arnold, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about the pressure world pictures that you just took, okay? All right. Have you ever worked in pressure world?
No.
Would you know where any cameras are?
No.
Okay. And like you said in your direct testimony, you stated that this was the first time that you ever driven up into pressure world?
Yes.
Okay. So you've driven past before?
All the time.
Okay. But you wouldn't have known about any cameras just by driving past?
Objection, meeting, Your Honor.
Okay. So by driving past, would you see anything at Pressure World by driving past it?
No.
Okay. And you gave this statement to police officers. It was in December, it was December 17th from the recording that you just viewed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a month after the murder, correct?
Yes.
So, to your knowledge, do you know if the cameras at Pressure World records interactions outside of Pressure World?
I don't know.
Do you know if it runs on a continuous basis and stays somewhere in a cloud?
I don't know.
Okay. And I'm gonna have you. And Ms. Arnold, do you even know if the cameras would be even working?
I don't.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a portion of that same interview that Mr. Aurora showed you. You know if the TV volume is up?
What she said?
TV volume. I think we fixed it, Your Honor.
Tell me. Nobody's gonna call for you.
I don't understand it. Quick. Fix it, it's okay.
Rewind it.
So you got that phone, tax one.
Yeah, man, so.
Okay. We got any other you talking about? Tell me what's his name? You know his nickname? Was that a dog boy? Used to be a dog boy?
I don't know. I don't. All I know is me used to go over his house and get some videos.
Okay. Okay.
You know what his name is, man?
Okay. So let's begin in there.
That's cute. Does he ever cute?
Yeah.
You know? What? Okay.
All right. So how did Quentin, tell me.
But I don't understand it.
All right, tell me.
I don't know where to come from here.
Nobody's gonna come for you.
Quit set this up.
So you said, to your understanding, Quet set this up.
Yes.
Okay. But earlier, I'm sorry, not earlier, but sometime in this interview, who did you say the order came from?
Chuck.
Can those be two different people?
Yes.
The person that that planned it and the person that the order came from?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Read the record.
You couldn't think of Q or Quet's name when they were asking you that, right?
I could.
All right. Prior to that, they told you you would be charged as an accessory if you didn't talk to them because you helped somebody after the murder happened, right? By driving them. Yes, they did threaten to charge you, right? In that interview?
Yes.
And so when you pause after we got this nonsense, and they asked you during this interview, who set it up, who did this? It was Jook. And they asked you some more. He's a higher power. It was Jook, right? That's what Cornelius told you.
Yes.
And Cornelius also told you Bobby Carter was involved in this case.
I don't recall.
Okay, I can play that clip for you again. You remember we just talked about it? Bobby Carter called in the Mercedes that was parked on Bradley Street?
Yeah, you did say
All right, and Cornelius told you Bobby Carter was in on it too? You remember saying that?
Yeah.
Okay. With regards to the video stuff, I'm sure you don't know if AutoZone's video cameras were working that day on the 17th, just a few hours after the murder, right?
I don't.
Okay. But you would expect police to go check that out to confirm that all these things happened, right? That would be a simple thing.
Yes, I'm sure they will.
You're sure they would, right? I
Yeah.
would be sure too, but we'll see about that. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. How you next, next?
Donna, can we have just a small breakout of witness came?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a brief break. Don't discuss the testimony with anybody. And we'll just take a 15-minute break.
First dance and recess.
come. Young Dolph said that. You did. Yeah.
Yep, Atlanta's number one hip hop station is Hot 107.9. Your Dirty J Nix Flies down the radio. DJ Cash, the Fly Haitian Kid. I'm in there. And you know we always have special guests come to our show. And this is a definitely a special guest that's been Jeez. I don't even know what to say, man. Young Dolph's in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
What happening,
What's
man?
up, Dolph?
What's poppin'?
New tape in the streets right now.
Gelato, go get it right now, everywhere.
Crazy. How you get gelato? Where that come from?
You know this little thing I do, right? This little how I eat. I got, you know what I'm saying? It's a little medicine I take before I eat. You know what I'm saying? You gotta roll it up and set it and put some fire on it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the best kind right there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's one of them. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Nice.
So this mixtape, you got a lot of things going on. We can get down to business. You know what I'm saying? It's an issue that it's a tape. I seen a flyer. I was in Houston, matter of fact. I called your phones. I figured you was busy, so I didn't take it personal. So I'm like, Dolph always pick up for
Man,
me.
you didn't call my phone.
I did. I called your phone in Houston.
He
trying to make it seem like he hit you up. I can show
You
it.
probably did. If you call me, you call that number. You call this new phone that I ain't got no number locked in.
Okay.
That's the only way I say you call me.
Okay, because Dolph always pick up for me, but I wasn't mad because it was Super Bowl weekend, a lot going on.
Right.
All right. So I seen the cover, says Yo Gotti, play with your bitch, 24 missed calls. So was that a real screenshot?
Come on now. Was it a real screenshot?
Yeah, was that a real screenshot?
Man, come on now.
So you saved, that's her name in your phone.
Yeah.
That's how you saved it as the context.
Yeah.
But see, I'm not mad because I just posted a picture of this dude, baby mama. I had this girl in my phone called this dude, baby mama. So I'm not mad at that. So I definitely know it's real. So what happened at this time? Because I remember when we talked before, you know what I'm saying? And this has been an ongoing situation with you. And I remember we was talking before, you was kind of like, no, I don't want to discuss that because it's old, And I thought it was squashed. But evidently,
then you drop the first song off the tape.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? What's going on?
Man, really tell you the truth. I think I was laughing at all that shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like I was laughing at everything, really. You know what I'm saying? Like from the whole, you know what I'm saying? I was just laughing at it. So I was like, okay, I ain't tripping.
Right.
It's like when you get so much money, a lot of stuff, you see negativity or you see a lot of stuff coming your way, like you don't even indulge in it or you laugh at it, brush it out, you keep like, it's funny to you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, I better not get this 0% attention. You know what I'm saying? 1% attention. But what sparked this, bro, real talk.
And we've been talking
my
about
little
this.
partners,
Uh-huh.
one of my little partners, and another one of my partners. The first one, he was like, bro, you heard got a new tape, bro. You ain't heard, bro. He dissing you, bro. I'm telling you, bro. He said he slick dissing you, bro. He saying, I'm like, all right, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I don't even like to hear negativity. You know what I'm saying? So, second one come. We in the car now, blazing.
Mm-hmm.
He like, bro, you heard this? So you like, man, nigga trying to this. He like, bro, really, bro, his last 2 tapes he put out, I'm like, you ain't heard it? I'm like, no. He like, bro, you gotta keep, I'm like, I don't listen to it.
Right.
So he like, listen to it, play it. I said, oh. Know what I'm saying?
Right. Like
he thought the coast was clear.
Right.
Know what I'm saying? Like, he know that, everybody over there with him know that, all really, not even just them, everybody that know Dolph know, like, man, that young nigga about his business.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He about his paper.
Right.
He running around here getting all this money and busting it down with no one.
Right.
Know what I'm saying? Who the CEO? He is.
I've said that because I remember
Know what I'm
talking.
saying?
I remember having a conversation.
So it's like this. It's like this right here. He thought the coast was clear.
Mm-hmm.
It been dead. It been over with. What he do? Oh, let me slick rap about it. It didn't make no noise.
Right.
You see, it ain't make no noise until Dolph just put this song out.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And far as like, Dolph want to get publicity, no. The song was on the CD anyway. You was gonna hear it the next day anyway when the CD dropped.
Right.
You know what I mean? This ain't no diss song, but it's straight facts.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like straight the truth, like facts. You know what I'm saying? Like, put it like this. When you first heard of his artist, how did you hear about his artist? He made his artist say screen Dolph name. He made his artist bring up Dolph name and tie Dolph name to his name, right? That's when everybody got him, such and such. Nobody never knew him.
Right.
See what I'm saying? That's how he got his attention. Now I mean, you already made your artist use my name to get some attention. I let that shit. I laughed at that. It's funny to me.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's funny to me. Now, not even just that. How did you get popping?
Right.
How did he get it first? How did Yo Gotti get popping and get some attention? Nobody heard of him to win till he did 3-6 Mafia.
This is true.
Right,
okay.
right. I remember that.
You see what I'm saying? So now, Dolph put out a record telling the truth, telling you, hey, nigga, I'm telling you, hey, you, your brother, your manager, your DJ, bro, I would have his own people to come in. Hey, yeah, his own. Man, bro, I don't even want to go all the way into it really, because a lot of people, it's like, I ain't gonna say it, like some of them cool, like they don't. A lot of them done shook him out, like, bro, I can't deal with him, bro, cause he too fake, he this is that, he want to control this, control they like. Bro, he done got rid of certain artists because they don't want to beef with Dolph, or they don't like, bro, I ain't got nothing to do with your beef with Dolph. You hating on him about a bitch.
Right.
You hating on him about a bitch.
Reality.
You hating on him because he wouldn't sign with you. Know what I mean?
Right.
You hating on him because he popping, and he really popping, and he's still independent. Know what I mean?
Right.
You hating on him because he really got M's and did the shit without no help.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Hold on. Hey, check it out, man. If you're just now tuning in, man, we still right here talking to Young Dolph about everything that's going on, man, with this situation, this new record that has went crazy on the internet. You know what I'm saying? So Dolph is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, fuck that record. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna want to fake it, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
We have
Like,
to say something about it because
I feel
this is one of the hardest diss songs or hardest records that then came out, expressing just the real of how you feel.
Put it like this. It's just me personally, I deal with facts.
Right.
See what I'm saying? You had to use 3-6 Mafia and dish them to get you some attention.
Right.
You made your artist use my name to get some attention. See what I'm saying?
Right.
Real niggas, me personally, when I want attention, when I want to be, I'm finna make a scene, make a scene or make some commotion.
Right.
I'm finna go spend my paper. I'm finna go flex. Let me go buy me a new chain, a new watch. Let me go buy me a new coupe, new, like I'm finna just go crazy. I'm gonna go do all that right there.
Right.
Plus the music to go with it gonna speak for itself.
Right.
So now, millions of dollars later, bro, you think, why would let me drop this song about this faggot so it can get me hot. Hell no, that shit ain't getting me hot. That shit is doing nothing for me.
Right.
It's the point, bro. It's the principle. My nigga, don't play with me. Play with your bitch.
I remember because we had a conversation. You didn't need last interview that we had. I asked you about that.
And check this out. Check this out. He just a bitch. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, bro. He just fuck him. He just a bitch, man.
You think that
niggas.
situation is gonna overshadow all this music you got coming out, like with the tape?
Hell
You
no.
think it's gonna overshadow that?
No, I'm gonna tell you why. Cause my fan base, this shit is different from everything else. I ain't blow up on the radio.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like I blew up off of putting music out, video, put music out, singles out. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's the kind of fan base I got. I ain't gonna. He blew up because he got signed and had that single on the radio. He got him. No, that ain't how mine go.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So let me ask you a question. With this Yo Gotti situation, is there ever going to be a way
don't prefer to him to no Gotti. He ain't got. Please don't. That ain't his name.
What do you refer to him as?
You know what his name is.
Okay, look. So
know what I mean?
So with this,
call him nobody.
With this other artist,
they do that.
With this
do
other
that right
artist, you know what I'm saying? Will there ever be any type of you know what I'm saying, where y'all can be cool again? Like, is there any possible way?
No.
Was it at one point y'all were cool at one point, right? It had to be. Y'all from the same city.
We was. That's how we even had a relationship. It's footage all over the internet. You know what I mean? Where us different, this spot together, that spot together, a studio, this and that. He lying on interview talking about me and Dolph, we this and that, and I pull up and listen to hear all this music and we boys and why you lying? We ain't partners like that.
Right.
Know what I mean? That shit, I can't do it. All that it's fake. It's like he should have just really just stayed doing what he was doing.
Right.
And he should have just let Dolph continue doing what Dolph was doing, get his money and minding his business and worrying about Dolph and doing his thing. Now, you know, cause Dolph to expose your bitch ass.
Man,
But I mean, ain't no coming back. What you finna say? Nothing.
I hope
what
y'all
you finna
can, I
rap
hope
about?
y'all can
Some
reconcile
lies.
this, man.
You
So
can't.
y'all can rep the city. Y'all can rep y'all city. I know Memphis got a history
Bruh,
of good
but you know
music,
why?
you know?
We got a history of good music. Right. But as far as the rap game and the rap world, we got a history of the rappers don't get along. You know why?
Is that though?
Cause what's going on? Who like in the midst of all that, like who was like and came in during the mid era? Him, big head dude. What'd he do? Came in hating on 3-6, them all them, got all hating on Ball and G and them all that. You know what I mean?
So you think now Memphis
so
artists
you go
look at it
from
as a
so you
formula?
come in hating on the folk before you, and you gonna hate on the one after you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Just don't play with me, play with your bitch. Play with anybody else. Just don't play with me, bro. Hey, you trying to keep up what's hot in these streets? Log on to hotspotatl.com. Young Dolph said that. You did. Yeah.
Yep, but let's tell me about sections.
Since our last interview, young Dolph got killed.
Yeah.
How well did you guys know each other? How well did you guys know each other?
I knew Dolph. Yeah, I knew Dolph. Yeah. I'm part
When
of
you
his
heard the
legacy,
news,
bro. Like everybody who died, I feel like I'm somewhat part of their legacy, and I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be able to tell my kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, all the ones who done died, bro.
I mean, he got killed in his hometown. And from what I understand, he don't even live in Memphis anymore. He lives in Atlanta. That was his home base. But he went back to Memphis, his hometown. How you always say rappers get killed in their own city, hypnotized with hatred. That started to come up like all the way down my timeline. He goes back to go hang out at this one cookie shop that he usually goes to, and he gets murdered. When you heard the news, what'd you think?
Shit. When Dolph died, like we strengthened up. We strengthened up. Me and my people, we strengthened up with everything. We strengthened up.
Yeah. That whole situation was a mess. And I think what kind of bothered me about it is that we don't know the whole situation around it, but there was so much violence leading up to that situation. He got his car shot up that one time, survived that. Then in LA, he got shot, survived that. And every time that happened, he made songs about it. Right? Talking about, he had a song called 100 Shots. He had an EP called N-Words Get Shot Every Day. You know what I'm saying? Like, it seemed like he was using these violent situations to kind of build up his career and to really say, like, yeah, man, I'm untouchable and you can't get me. He had an album called Bulletproof after his car got shot up. And you look at that and the way he ultimately went out is just sad because it seemed like, it's almost as if he wasn't taking it as seriously as he should. You know what I'm saying? Like, death is something you can't come back from. And you had two situations where you were right there on the edge of death, and yet, it was sad to hear. We had done an interview with him a long time ago. I was the one that did the interview, and I remember when you and I did that interview where I said that he had turned down a $22 million deal, and you were like, "What's wrong with Dolph?" Remember that? Young Dolph, I guess, turned down a $22 million deal. You heard about that?
Oh yeah? What the fuck wrong with Dolph? Didn't get that much money? A $22 million solo?
It was like, oh, you hating on me or you laughing or whatever. And I'm like, I'm not laughing. We're just talking about an unrealistic situation. Like, I don't think you really turned out a $22 million deal, but we still fuck with you. So I didn't have anything against him, but it made me sad to hear the way he went out. And then, you come to find out that he had kids and he had bought a bunch of property in Memphis. He bought a bunch of property in Memphis for his kids and kind of left behind a legacy. And, he signed artists like Key Glock and so forth. It just made me sad, man. And to go out like that in broad daylight and to get, in the middle of the day and just to get killed like that, it kind of, it depressed me. When you heard about it, knowing, you guys have the relationship that you had, were you shocked, surprised, or was it like, well, you almost saw it coming in a certain type of way?
I mean, I was shocked that it was Dolph, but I know how it go in the street too. I know how this shit go, I don't choose sides. I don't, If we ain't step together, we ain't, you know, I don't choose sides, you know. But I was like fucked up, you know, it's Dolph, you know, Dolph, you know, I motivated Dolph to rap. You know, Dolph, I was looking for some weed and Shay called, the nigga named Shay called Dolph in 2006, 7. Dolph bought me 2 ounces. Dolph pull up, bought me 2 ounces of weed. I was in my black Bentley. Dolph said this to the Dolph came and said this shit on stage and everything. I was in my black Bentley. He sold me 2 ounces. That nigga say when I left, he say, man, bro, I'm finna rap. If that nigga can drive a Bentley coupe off rapping, I'm finna rap. Dolph told me that story the first time I ever saw him. He always tell me that story, you know what I'm saying? So I motivated Dolph, you know, but you know how I go, bro. You just glad he a legend, bro, you know? You just glad he a legend. Us street niggas, we gonna die, bro. Like, you know, street niggas, we gonna die. That's just how it is, bro. And especially if you going back to him, you taking a chance of dying when you going back to him. Because the niggas in your city won't kill you more than anybody. All them other niggas from other states, them niggas don't be want to kill you like that.
Damn, they just killed Dolph, y'all. Y'all see his arm hanging out the window? Damn.
What the fuck is in it? Yeah, that boy time right
there. Damn. Damn. Damn, look at Dolph. Right here on Airways and Ketchum. Look, he gonna try to block the view. Garbage ass. We trying to see what's going on. That was him, his own.
Right up here on Airways and catch you.
Yo, Dolph, you like that lane in the fucking flag again.
Damn.
Why the fuck they?
Right up here on Airways and catch you. I'm talking about I was just standing out here just seeing this shit. I never seen no shit like this. Oh my God.
Yo, Dolph, you like that lane in the fucking flag again.
Damn.
Why the fuck they?
Right up here on Airways and catch you. I'm talking about I was just standing out here just seeing this shit. I never seen no shit like this.
Shop. Well, Young Dolph and I pull it in.
Is that the vehicle that you saw previously?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you all?
By the time we had already, like, we was at the light. We had went down to the light to make the block.
You gesturing this way, so you're the light coming this way.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you see when he got out, when Dolph got out of the car?
No, ma'am.
You see a vehicle coming to the frame. What are we looking at here?
That's the white Mercedes Benz we was in.
And were you the passenger or were you the driver?
I was the passenger.
This individual.
It's me. It's me.
And is this the gun that Justin had already in the car when you got it?
Yes, ma'am.
While we're waiting on that, you see another individual that came to the frame. Who's that individual?
That came into the frame.
That was on the video. We saw you get out. Big gun. Who else was get out of the car?
Oh, they were just John.
What were you all planning to do that day?
Well, once we saw Young Dolph, we planned to go and kill him. Go and take him out.
Well, how far from when you saw Dolph on, was it Airways?
Yes, ma'am.
How far from when you saw, how long did it take from once you saw Dolph on Airways to once you actually got out the car and started shooting?
Couple minutes. It wasn't even a good 10 minutes. It wasn't 5. It probably about 5 at the most. Red lights.
Okay. We'll go back back to the videos once technical. Maybe. So in the 5 minutes or so from when you all spotted Dolph's vehicle to when you all started shooting, what did you and Justin say to each other?
We didn't say nothing. It was just like, once we saw him, we didn't say nothing. We knew it was go time. I knew it was go time. Like, might as well go on get it over with now. That's why I jumped out.
Did you have a phone on you on that day?
Yes, man. I had put my phone in the glove compartment of the car.
Why'd you do that?
So I wouldn't drop it when I jump out the car or nothing like that.
So did you put it in the glove compartment when you first got in the car or after you saw the dog?
When I first got in the car, I put it in the glove compartment.
Let me ask you the location that you all were at that you shot at Dolph. Was that location here in Shelby County?
Yes, ma'am.
Get them. You guys working again?
Yes, sir.
This individual.
It's me.
Okay. Like. We get back to that you all pulling off in the white Jeep.
Yes, ma'am.
We see someone in the frame in the shot coming out and shooting as well.
Yes, ma'am. He had shot back at us, and I actually got hit twice.
Where did you get hit?
Got hit in my arm, on my leg.
Did Justin sustain any injury?
He got a scrape on his back.
Alright, after you leave there, well, we have another video I'd like to show you previously been marked as part of Exhibit 3. The videos are working with us today. Is this the cookie shop that you referred to?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you see who was inside of the cookie store from once you got out of the car?
Once we pulled in, that's when I saw Young Dolph like close to the glass, like he gonna bag up. That's when I saw where he was at, like location in the store, where his location was inside the store.
Is this the person to which you're referring?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that you?
Yes, man, that was me that ran it up, shooting inside the store.
After the shooting happened, you're shot. Could you show the jury where you're shot at?
Got hit in my arm, right here. Now it hit in my leg, right here, scraped on my leg.
We're not gonna actually show them that. What did you all do
Once we left the cookie shop, I was telling Justin I was hit. He like, I'm hit too. He was driving. Justin was driving at the time, so I was asking him, is he okay? So we won't crash or anything, run into nothing. We went back to the house in front of Mr. Hernandez Govan house, and I jumped out the Mercedes Benz and jumped into the Suburban truck and moved on out the way. Mr. Justin parked.
Let me stop you for a minute. When you all were planning to get hits on any of the PRA artists, and then even once you saw Dolph, did you have a plan as to what you were going to do after?
Not necessarily. We was going back because we didn't know we were gonna get shot. Ain't nobody know we were gonna get shot.
You didn't plan on getting shot.
No, ma'am. That wasn't part of the plan.
Had you not got shot, was there a plan in place?
We probably would have just took the car back, jumped in another car, went and burnt the car up, something like that. But we both got shot or whatever, and I was bleeding tremendously bad. We took the car back in front of Mr. Hernandez Govan, across the street from Mr. Hernandez Govan house. We jumped in the truck. We were trying to get cleaned up, so we were trying to find somewhere for us to go.
Who's he?
Justin.
Justin was trying
to find somewhere for us to go. And in the meantime, he had FaceTime Big Juke, let him know that, that was like our work.
You all wanted your money then, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me ask, did he promise to give you your money that day?
He told us he'd get with us when he got done with his kids or whatever, or when he got up, one or the other.
But you didn't have Juke's number?
No, ma'am.
So he couldn't get with you directly?
No, ma'am, he couldn't get with me directly.
So how would he have been able to get with you?
I would have had to go through Mr. Hernandez Govan or Justin John.
All right, so no plan as to what y'all were gonna do after whoever y'all hit that day. You happen to hit Dolph.
Yes, ma'am.
Hit Dolph. You go back where? You go to the.
We go across the street from Mr. Hernandez Govan house. We swap vehicles, and now that's when I had went too fast. That's when Justin was trying to find somewhere for us to go, but he had FaceTime Juke first, and then let him know he was spelling out Dolph, and then
when you said he was spelling out Dolph,
like
was he going
jailhouse, jailhouse spit.
In American Sign Language he was doing Dolph?
Nah, it's different. It's different.
Okay, some more.
He was telling him that was our work basically pretty much, and he like he'd get with us when he get up, and then he was trying to find somewhere for us to go so we could clean up or whatever because I was bleeding extremely bad, like I was really bleeding, and he had found somewhere for us to go, and that was in 2-line apartment. We went there to clean up or whatnot, and we had called Mr. Hernandez Govan because I had left my phone in the car too. And he was like, man, y'all, like, y'all saw in the video, dude came and got shoot. So the glass was shattered. So when we got out, when I got out the car in front front of his house, the glass had shattered on the floor. So he was like, man, yeah, I got shit everywhere, basically. You know what I'm saying? I got all these.
But hold on, Govan was saying it
to us. Yeah, we had the glass and shit on in the street.
So he knew it was y'all.
Yeah, he knew it was us. He knew it was us. So I was like, man, get my phone out the car. I like, get my phone. I left my phone in the car too. Get my phone out the car. He like, all right, meet me where I get my car wash shit. So I like, all right, bet. Say no more. So we had cleaned up in Whitehaven. Once we cleaned up in Whitehaven, I had called my girl.
Hold on. You called your girl. But the apartments, you said they were Tulane. Are they known by any other name?
Yo, I know them by Tulane.
It's been Tulane. Tulane apartments.
Yeah, because I'm Tulane.
Where were they at?
In Whitehaven, out Sherry Drive, in
Tulane?
Tulane Street.
You previously looked at video. We are fingers crossed that videos are going to work this time. You previously looked at videos regarding it would be the Gospel Garden apartment. Would that be correct?
I guess that's the name, but I don't just know the name. I remember by Tulane.
Okay, but it's video of you arriving.
Yes, ma'am.
And video of you leaving. Yes, all right, if I could pass forward. What do you call it?
Oh, it's the clip that you had showing. That's the video of us leaving the park.
And how do you know that that's the clip?
Because I had an initiative after I watched it.
Your Honor, if we could have that and it's evidence as the next number.
Okay. This is a brown envelope which contains a zip drive. The envelope is marked video clips from Haven Court arriving and leaving. We'll mark this as exhibit.
Now, I'm gonna ask for permission to publish with fingers crossed, but it actually published with it. Now, I'm gonna ask for permission to publish with fingers crossed, but it actually published.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now, this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store. And after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way. Here's the fun part. You can regenerate this whole thing over and over, or you can tweak something specific, like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to speak life into your dreams, it's right now using the Wix AI website builder.
Once I finish this, and they begin opening statements, then you're free to move about. Hopefully you won't be doing much movement, but the doors won't be locked at that point. So if you have any issues sitting, this is now the time to excuse yourself. Thank you. You ready? Yes. Okay, here. Officer Murphy, you can lock the door.
Everybody was ready. That one person ran to the
Always one person. Yeah, tell them to come on in now. Yes.
Jury's now in the courtroom.
You guys had a big lunch. Y'all stay awake. Are there any family or anybody over here, as far as you know, out there off the market? No, okay. Those of you who just joined us in the audience, I am preparing to read the jury charge. It's lengthy. It's gonna take me about 15 minutes or so to read it. If you're going to have difficulty sitting still during this time, I ask you to excuse yourself now. You're welcome to come back in once the lawyers start their closing arguments. But there will be no movement during this time while I read the instructions to the jury. The doors will be locked. There won't be any in and out.
So this is the next part to this. This is my instructions to you. The law requires that I read this to you. I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence. I believe everybody can read, but the law does require that you hear it and you hear it all at the same time. So I must read it all to you. Okay? State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan. Members of the jury, the evidence in the case has been completed and it is now my duty to instruct you as to the law. After I instruct you as to the law, the state and the defense may present their closing arguments. The law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions, and it is your duty to carefully consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out any one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. Ladies and gentlemen, the copy that you have there is for your use, so feel free to mark it up as you please. Duties of the court and jury. The law makes it the duty of the court to charge the jury the law relative to the case on trial, and the duty of the jury to carefully consider all of the evidence delivered to them in the trial and under the law given them by the court, render their verdicts with absolute impartiality. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdicts. You must render your verdicts with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. Formal charge, not evidence. The indictment in this case is the formal written accusation charging the defendant with the crimes. It is not evidence against the defendant and does not create any inference of guilt. Statements and rulings of the court. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by such rulings, these instructions, nor any other remarks which I have made, do I mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts or as to what your verdicts should be. Statements and arguments of counsel. Statements, arguments, and remarks of attorneys are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. If any statement were made by the attorneys in this trial at any time that you believe are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them. Along these lines, the opening and closing arguments of the attorneys are likewise not evidence. You must base your decision in this case on the evidence that was actually presented in this court, not on the statements of attorneys. Furthermore, the questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is true. Jury, judges of facts and law. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. Also, you are the exclusive judges of the law under the direction of the court. You should apply the law to the facts in deciding the case. You should consider all of the evidence in light of your own observations and experiences in life. Presumption of innocence. The law presumes that the defendant is innocent of the charges against him. This presumption remains with the defendant throughout every stage of the trial and is not overcome unless all of the evidence in the case you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Burden of proof. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And this burden never shifts but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of the crime charged and that it was committed before the finding and returning of the indictment in this case. Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required. And this certainty is required as to every element necessary to constitute the offense. Crimes charged and pleaded. The first count of the indictment charges the offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Embraced and included within this offense is the lesser included offenses of facilitation to wit conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation to wit conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, accessory after the fact to wit conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The second count of the indictment charges the offense. The second count of the indictment charges the offense of first-degree murder. Embraced and included within this offense are the lesser included offenses of second-degree murder, facilitation to wit first-degree murder, solicitation to wit first-degree murder, facilitation to wit second-degree murder, solicitation to wit second-degree murder, aggravated assault, facilitation to wit aggravated assault, solicitation to wit aggravated assault, accessory after the fact to wit first-degree murder, assault. The court will now explain to you the law applicable to count 1 in this indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who conspires to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant entered into an agreement with one or more people to commit the offense of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the object of the agreement be attained, and that each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the offense of first-degree murder, and that each party acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the offense of first-degree murder agreed that one or more of them would engage in conduct which constitutes the offense of first-degree murder, and that one of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. An overt act is an act done by one of the parties to carry out the intent of the conspiracy, and it must be a step toward the execution of the conspiracy. Intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Conspiracy is a continuing course of conduct which terminates when the objectives of the conspiracy are completed or the agreement that they be completed is abandoned by the person and by those with whom the person conspired. The objectives of the conspiracy include, but are not limited to, escape from the offense, distribution of the proceeds of the offense, and measures other than silence for concealing the crime or obstructing justice in relation to it. Abandonment of a conspiracy is presumed if neither the person nor anyone with whom the person conspired does any overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy during the applicable period of limitation. If an individual abandons the agreement, the conspiracy is terminated as to that person only if and when the person advises those with whom the person conspired of the abandonment, or the person informs law enforcement authorities of the existence of a conspiracy and of the person's participation therein. Facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific felony of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense. And that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of first-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder has been defined on pages 4 and 5 for you. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of a person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Solicitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of solicitation, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder with the intent that the offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder be committed. Intentionally intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective.
Come on, Heart.
Any person who commits the offense of accessory after the fact is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew or had reasonable grounds to believe that Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith committed first-degree murder, a felony, and that the defendant acted with the intent to hinder the arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment of Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith, and that the defendant provided or aided in providing Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith with any means of avoiding arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment. Knowing means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. The court will now explain to you the law applicable to count 2 in the indictment. First-degree murder. A person who commits the offense of first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr. and that the killing was premeditated. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intention to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exists in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The mental state of the accused at the time he allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered in order to determine whether the accused was sufficiently free from excitement and passion as to be capable of premeditation. If the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it is immaterial that the accused may have been in a state of passion or excitement when the design was carried into effect. Furthermore, premeditation can be found if the decision to kill is first formed during the heat of passion, but the accused commits the act after the passion has subsided. Second-degree murder. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove beyond reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: the defendant and that the defendant acted knowingly. Knowingly means that a person acts with an awareness that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Facilitation to wit, first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific felony of first-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or the results of the offense, and that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of first-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. First-degree murder is previously defined on page 10. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Facilitation to wit, second-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific felony of second-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, and that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of second-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Second-degree murder is previously defined on page 11. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Solicitation to wit first-degree murder. Any person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of solicitation to wit first-degree murder, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another, intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of first-degree murder with the intent that the offense of first-degree murder be committed. Intentionally intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Solicitation to wit second-degree murder. A person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of solicitation to wit second-degree murder, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another, intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of second-degree murder with the intent that the offense of second-degree murder be committed. Intentionally intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused bodily injury to another, and that the act resulted in death of another. Bodily injury includes a cut, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Facilitation to wit aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific offense of aggravated assault, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, and that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of first-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Aggravated assault has been previously defined on page 15. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowing
Cereal tastes better with a blue spoon. Now
person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Solicitation to wit, aggravated assault. Any person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of solicitation to wit, aggravated assault, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another, intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of aggravated assault with the intent that the offense of aggravated assault be committed. Intentionally, intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Accessory after the fact, to wit, first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of accessory after the fact is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant knew or had reasonable grounds to believe that Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith committed first-degree murder, a felony, that the defendant acted with the intent to hinder the arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment of Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith, and that the defendant provided or aided in providing Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith with any means of avoiding arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment. Knowing means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Assault. Any person who commits an assault upon another is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant caused bodily injury to another, and that the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly with respect to the circumstances surrounding the conduct or the result of the conduct when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all of the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The defendant has pleaded not guilty to each and every offense charged and included in the indictment. Direct and circumstantial evidence. One type of evidence is called direct evidence, and the other type is called circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is those parts of the testimony admitted in court which refer to what happened and was testified to by witnesses who saw or heard or otherwise sensed what happened firsthand. If witnesses testify about what they themselves saw or heard or otherwise sensed, they presented direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is all the testimony and exhibits which gives you clues about what happens in an indirect way. It consists of all of the evidence which is not direct evidence. Do not assume that direct evidence is always better than circumstantial evidence. According to our laws, direct evidence is not necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact if it is convincing enough. The defendant may be convicted on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Criminal responsibility for conduct of another. The defendant is criminally responsible as a party to the offense of first-degree murder if the offense was committed by the defendant's own conduct, by the conduct of another for which the defendant is criminally responsible, or by both. Each party to the offense may be charged with the commission of the offense. The defendant is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, the defendant solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. To find the defendant criminally responsible for the act of another, it is not necessary that you find the defendant was present or that the defendant took a physical part in the crime. Encouragement of the principal offender is sufficient. However, mere presence during the commission of the offense is not sufficient to support a conviction. Before you find the defendant guilty of being criminally responsible for the said offense committed by the conduct of another, you must find that all the essential elements of said offense have been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Accomplice. The prosecution has presented a witness who claims to have been a participant with the defendant in the crime charged. While you may convict upon this testimony alone, you should act upon it with great caution. Give it careful examination in light of other evidence in the case. You are not to convict upon this testimony alone unless you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that it is true. Credibility of witnesses. You are the exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. You should consider all of the evidence presented in this case by the state and by the defendant and give it a full, fair, and impartial consideration. Part of your responsibility is to determine what the facts are based on what you heard from the witnesses. If there are conflicts in the testimony of different witnesses, it is your duty to reconcile them, if you can. For the law presumes that every witness has told the truth. But when you cannot reconcile the statements of different witnesses, then you must decide which witness or witnesses you believe and how important his or her testimony was. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In forming your opinion as to which witness you believe, you may consider the following factors: how the witness looked, acted, and whether the witness appeared to you to be telling the truth when he or she testified. What was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Whether the witness was in a position to know about the matter to which he or she testified. In other words, how well could the witness see or hear what he or she testified he or she saw or heard? Whether the witness's statements were consistent and how believable the statements were. Whether the witness had a motive to testify truthfully or to testify untruthfully. And any proof presented of the witness's reputation for telling the truth. All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the evidence in the case? Another factor for you to consider in evaluating a witness's testimony is whether the witness has made material statements at some point before he or she testified, which are different from his or her testimony at trial. However, unless entered as a numbered exhibit by the court and allowed to be taken by you back to the jury room when you deliberate, proof of any prior different statement may be considered by you only for the purpose of determining if the witness is telling the truth at trial. The contents of the prior inconsistent statement are not to be considered as proof in the trial. Another factor for you to consider in evaluating a witness's testimony is whether the witness's testimony during cross-examination appeared to be contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable. However, immaterial or minor discrepancies or differences should not affect the believability of a witness unless it should plainly appear that the witness has willfully testified falsely. Expert witness. During the trial, you heard the expert testimony of Dr. Juliet Scantleberry, who was described as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. You also heard the expert testimony of Lieutenant Michael Coburn, who was described as an expert in the field of crime scene analysis. The rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact in issue, a witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may testify and state their opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for their testimony. In giving her opinion, Dr. Scantleberry testified that she took into consideration certain statements made by other persons. Because the statements were made outside the courtroom,
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards because we've printed them for millions of small.
meaning, however, that you are bound to accept that opinion. The same as with any other witness. It is up to you to decide whether you believe the testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend on your judgment about whether the witness's background or training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reasons, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. Defendant not testifying. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness, but you shall place no significance on this fact. The defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden is on the state to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. He is not required to take the stand in his own behalf, and his election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Stipulations. A stipulation is an agreement between the parties. The parties have stipulated in 3 situations that certain matters of fact are true. They are bound by these agreements, and in your considerations of the evidence, you are to treat these facts as proved. The parties have entered into 3 different stipulations. The first stipulation was entered as Exhibit 17. The parties have agreed that the phone number 901-859-1460 belonged to Hernandez Govan. The second stipulation was entered as Exhibit number 24. The parties have agreed that phone number 901-618-3848 belonged to Hernandez Govan. The third stipulation was entered as Collective Exhibit number 33. The parties have agreed to enter into evidence certain sound bites played and testified to by witnesses Angela Arnold, Cornelius Smith, and Detective Jesse Brown. Jury deliberation and unanimous verdict. The verdicts must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdicts must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view of reaching an agreement if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effects of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. If you have been taking notes in this case, these notes are for your individual use only, and you should not use your notes directly or indirectly, explicitly or implicitly, to persuade other jurors as to the accuracy of your notes. They should not be shown to others, nor compared, nor referred to in any way as authority, but should be used privately only by you as an aid to your individual memory. These are my instructions to you. We are now ready for closing arguments.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So earlier this week, you heard me talk about choices. And I warned you, you would hear a lot of evidence, you would hear a lot of voices, you would see a lot of footage, hear a lot of names. But I also told you, if you'll remember, that the name that you needed to focus on and the name that you needed to remember is Hernandez Govan. But most importantly, I told you needed to focus on the consequences of his choices. Hernandez Govan and the consequences of his choices. And the consequences. What were those consequences? Violence, death, and loss. And not just the violent death of a famous music artist, but the violent death of a human being, a person, someone whose life was marked with artistry, community, entrepreneurship. So let's take one last look at how that life ended. a life, ladies and gentlemen. But before I get into how much we've heard this week and what exactly we've heard this week, let's talk about the law, and let's talk about what the judge instructed you. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. That's the first count. In order for there to be a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, there has to be four things. There has to be an agreement with one or more people to commit the offense of first-degree murder. There has to be, or number two, each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the first-degree murder. 3, each party acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the offense of the first-degree murder agreed that one or more of them would engage in the conduct which constitutes the first-degree murder. And 4, one of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. The two important things about this charge is an agreement and an overt act. And in the jury instructions, you heard that an overt act is done by one or more of the parties in order to carry out the intent of the conspiracy. And it must be a step toward the execution of the conspiracy. In first-degree murder cases, often enough, the overt act is the murder. Count number 2, first-degree murder. A definition of first-degree murder is the premeditated killing of another. Number 1, someone unlawfully killed the victim. 2, they acted intentionally. And 3, the killing was premeditated. You heard in the jury instruction that in order for there to be intent, there has to be a conscious objective or a desire. You also heard about criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility, that basically means that you don't have to be the person that pulls the trigger in order to be responsible for the first-degree murder. The jury instructions say that criminal responsibility is when someone acts with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit from the proceeds or results of the offense. The defendant acts, solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. Further, they don't have to be present when the offense is taking place. Encouragement of the offense is enough. So let's talk about what we heard this week. We heard first from Erica Thornton. She told you that she is the victim's sister. They were close. And the last time that she saw him was on FaceTime. The next thing she hears that her brother was taken from her. She told you about the person that she knew, the brother that she had, and the life that was lost. A life, ladies and gentlemen. We also heard from Raul Hopkins. He told you that he had been employed with Mr. Thornton for years as his security. He explained to you the tension between PRE and CMG. And he explained to you that CMG wanted Thornton to sign with them, but he didn't. And because of that, there's been tension. He talked about diss tracks. He talked about various acts of violence committed on Thornton. And he told you about CMG and their connections. Well, as you've heard from the testimony this week, Hernandez Govan is affiliated with CMG. He has connections within CMG. CMG was in direct conflict with Thornton and the life and the legacy that he built. Govan had an in with CMG. Govan had a direct conflict with the life and the legacy that Thornton built. And then you heard from Cornelia Smith. And that's where it got interesting. He told you that he met Govan in 2021 through a friend named Bobby Carter. The relationship started out as transactional. Cornelia Smith had a pill problem. Govan provided the pills. But then one day, Govan asks him if he wants to make some money. Smith told you that, of course, he has a drug problem. He has 5 kids. He needed money. So, of course, he wants to make money. And he tells you about several discussions between Govan, himself, Justin Johnson, and Jook. He tells you that at one of those meetings, Govan told him that there were multiple bounties on PRA artists, including Mr. Thornton, but also Paper Route Wood. He told you that on one night, he was given guns by Govan. He was given guns by Govan to attempt a hit on Paper Route Wood. He told you that out of the multiple bounties on PRE artists, Thornton's was the highest. Thornton's was $100,000. So of course he jumped on the opportunity. And Smith told on himself. He told you everything. He told you chapter and verse, who was in the room and what was said. And if you're thinking about a conspiracy, who would you want to hear from the most? A co-conspirator. Someone that is in the room, someone who can tell you what happened, what was agreed to, what went on. So after he found out about what this bounty was, he talked about November. He talked about how him and Justin knew about a turkey drive that PRE hosts every November. He told you that there were a few days where they went hunting. They knew that there was going to be multiple days where the turkey drives were happening. On the 16th, him and Justin Johnson went out hunting. Wasn't successful. On the 17th, he told you that Justin picked him up from his father's house. He told you that when he picked him up from his father's house, Smith and Johnson went hunting again. When they were at the intersection of Lamar and Airways, they saw Dolph's car drive past. Earlier this week, I told you that most Memphians know Adolph Thornton's car when they see it. And Cornelia Smith told you the same thing. They knew who it was when he drove past. So they followed the car. They followed the car all the way to Makita's, and at Makita's, they pulled around, parked the white Mercedes that they were in, got out, gunned down Adolph Thornton, and killed him. They got back in the white Mercedes, and they left, but not before Marcus Thornton shot Cornelia Smith. Smith also told you that they ditched the car. He told you that they ditched the car on Bradley Street, across the street from the defendant's home. He told you that once they left the car there, they went to Two-Lane Apartments. At Two-Lane Apartments, that's where they switched clothes, that's where they had their wound kits, and that's where Cornelius realized that he left his phone. He left his phone and he needed a ride. So he used his co-conspirator's phone, Justin Johnson, to contact his girlfriend to pick him up. And you heard that from Angela Arnold too. She told you that she got some communication from a phone number that she did not recognize. A phone number that was not her boyfriend's. It was not Cornelius's. He told her to pick her up, and she did. When she picked him up, he got inside the car. He told her that he had been hit. He told her what happened. And he told her that they killed Dolph. You also heard from Angela that he had previously told her that there was a hit on PRE artists, but she didn't believe him. but he told her. And he told her that there was a bounty. And when she picked him up that day, she learned that they had killed Dolph. They both testified that after they left the 2-lane apartment, they went to a gas station for Cornelius to buy some cigarettes. And after they left that gas station, they met up with Govan. They met up at the Pressure World. And at the Pressure World, Cornelius said that he got his phone back and he got out the car. Well, first he got out the car. Then he went and talked to Govan, who was already outside the car. And he got his phone back and got back inside of Angela Arnold's car. Angela Arnold also testified that the same thing happened. She's never been to Pressure World before. She's driven past, but on this particular day, she pulled in. Cornelius got outside the car. Govan was waiting for him, and they went to the back and they talked. She didn't hear anything, but she saw the defendant there. And she knew that Cornelius had to get his phone. But then, Angela tells us, and she confirms what Cornelius already told you, that they had to get a car cover. She didn't know who the order came from, but she knew that they had to get she knew that they had to get a car cover. And Cornelius testified that he got the cash from Govan to get a car cover. So that's where they went. They got the car cover. But if you remember, Angela Arnold told us that there was some point where she dropped Cornelius off on Bradley Street for him to wipe down the car. She made a loop, she came back and she picked him up. Cornelius told you the same thing. He told you that he wiped down the car. One piece of information given by 2 different people saying the same thing. And then, if we're going back to what Cornelius told you, he told you that shortly before he was arrested, he ran into Hernandez Govan in the street. They parked their cars, they talked. Govan was worried that Smith didn't get any money. He told Smith, I'm gonna go to Credo. I'm gonna make sure you get your money. Well, of course he wanted to make sure that Cornelius got his money because he had previously asked for a $10,000 cut. He wanted his money too. Angela Arnold told you the same thing. She told you that Cornelius told her about this meeting in the street. She told you that Govan told Cornelius that he was going to go get his money. Cornelius told you that on the day that he was arrested, he was buying cake and ice cream for his daughter on her birthday. He told you how he got arrested. And Angela Arnold told you the same thing. One story, 2 people who told you the same thing. And we also heard from Sergeant Dabney. He was the case officer. He testified that he and other officers found the white Mercedes in the back of 1174 Bradley, directly across the street from the defendant's home. He told you, or he described the description of the car. He went through slide by slide, picture by picture, and told you that this was the white Mercedes that was used in the homicide to kill Adolph Thornton Jr. And then we got to Sergeant Browning. He went back to August 13th. He told you about an attempted shooting or attempted murder on someone named Paper Route Wood. And remember, Cornelius already told you that Govan told him that there were multiple bounties on PRE artists, including Paper Route Wu, also known as Terrence Baker. On this date, 911 dispatch received multiple calls about shots being fired in the area of 3645 Allendale Road. This is the shooting that Cornelius was talking about. The shooting that happened because of the guns that Govan provided. And on this day, there were multiple calls from Hernandez Govan to Justin Johnson, another one of the conspirators. 12 calls or 12 communications between Hernandez Govan and Justin Johnson on the day of the Paper Route Wu shooting. 8 calls or 8 communications between Hernandez Govan and Cornelius Smith on the date of this Paper Route Wu shooting. 4 calls between Hernandez Govan and Anthony Mims, otherwise known as Big Joke, the number 2 person at CMG, on the day of the Paper Route Wu shooting. And then we get to November. We're going to talk about the conspirator communications. Defense will have you believe that there was no communication between Hernandez Govan and the rest of the conspirators. Sergeant Browning testified that on November 2nd, 2021, there were 7 communications between Justin Johnson and the number for Hernandez Govan. On November 3rd, 7 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 20 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. On November 4th, 7 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 2 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. On November 5th, 1 communication between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 4 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. And as we get closer to the murder, November 6th, 4 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. November 12th, 5 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. November 15th, 2 days before the homicide, 2 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. You heard it from defense that there was hardly any communication between Hernandez Govan and the conspirators immediately prior to the murder. But you see here that there was communication. November 17th, the day of the homicide. On this day, 17 communications between Hernandez Govan and Cornelius Smith, the person he chose to do a job. On November 17th, the day of the homicide, 15 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan, the person Govan chose to do this job. And 3 communications from another number of Hernandez Govan, ending in 1460. Another thing about these call records is that it confirmed a lot of what Cornelius Smith told us. Cornelius Smith told us that he left his phone in the car on the day of the homicide. Well, the call records show that there are no outgoing communications from 12:04 hours to 14:36 hours, which would coincide with Cornelius Smith not having access to his phone during that time because he left it in the white Mercedes. These are surveillance footage that we've previously seen. Cornelius Smith told you chapter and verse that it was him and Justin Johnson that did this. He told you they entered into an agreement. He told you that the reason they entered into the agreement was because of the $100,000 bounty. These records show that Cornelius didn't have his phone. He told you that he needed Justin Johnson's phone to contact Angela. And he said that he used Justin Johnson's phone, as indicated by the records. This shows that an outgoing communication from Justin Johnson's phone to Angela Arnold's phone, given the address of the 2-lane apartments. And then he told you that he needed to get his phone back. Well, whose phone did he use? There's an outgoing communication from Angela Arnold's phone saying, "This Zebra, send me bruh number so I can get my phone," to Justin Johnson. And then they asked for Quest's number. And shortly after these text messages were sent, Angela Arnold and Cornelius Smith met Govan at the Pressure World. They told you that they went to AutoZone for a car cover. Well, the phone extractions say the same thing. There was a receipt from around that time from AutoZone, or at least it looked like it was from AutoZone. Further, Cornelius told you that he wanted his money. He needed his money. And that communication with Judd wasn't really a thing. He would use Govan as the go-between person to contact Judd. But he still needed his money. So he found a way to message Judd, and he told Judd, "What's up, big bruh? I'm trying to get with you. I'm Govan's little homie you met before. I've been trying to let you hear my music if you don't mind giving me a call." Govan's homie. Govan's chosen person for the job. Ladies and gentlemen, we went from this person, this life, to this. You heard from Dr. Stanleyberry. 20 gunshot entrance wounds to Adolph Gordon's body. We went slide by slide, picture by picture, documenting the injuries that Adolph Thornton received on the day of the homicide. She told you about the manner of death, the cause of death. She went through his injuries, the remote bullets. She told you about the wound on his face. We went from this to this. The defense will try to tell you that the police officers didn't do a good job, that the investigation wasn't complete, but yet they put on an officer as their witness. It seems as if the investigation isn't good if it doesn't cater to Hernandez Govan. It seems as if the investigation isn't complete when it doesn't benefit the defense. You heard from Sergeant Browning that this was a 2-part investigation, and that he started to get involved when Angela Arnold talked to officers about Hernandez Govan's involvement. Her interview was December 17, 2021, a month after the murder. It was a month in before they even realized that Hernandez Govan was involved. You also heard that Justin had access to Judd, and that Justin was communicating with other people when he was doing his own thing. But that doesn't take away from this conspiracy. That doesn't mean that this didn't happen. That doesn't mean that Govan is not involved. Govan already had Chip's contact information. He already had Justin Johnson's contact information. He already had Cornelius Smith's contact information. And if you look at the text messages that the defense entered into evidence, you see that there is communication with people that Hernandez Govan also communicates with, like Joshua Taylor. Defense will also tell you that the investigation wasn't complete because there were other people involved that weren't charged. Well, we heard from Sergeant Browning that this investigation is ongoing. By definition, a conspiracy is an ongoing crime that is continuous in nature. And sometimes you just don't have all you need to charge people. Sometimes people die. You can't indict people that aren't here anymore. And if all that isn't enough, you heard from someone that was in the room when it happened. You heard Cornelius Smith. You saw the videos. You heard the testimony of Angela Arnold and Sergeant Browning that support what he's telling you. Defense introduced a video of Cornelius Smith on December 9th, 2021, the day that he got arrested. He told you himself, he was a pillhead. He was high. And you saw that in the video. Even Angela Arnold told you that the day that he got arrested, when she was with him, he had taken some pain medication. And ladies and gentlemen, remember the call records. These communications don't lie. They coincided with dates of importance. The week of the turkey drive, August 13th, the shooting on Paper Route Woo. They don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get into the law one more time. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant entered into an agreement. What is the agreement? What is the agreement? The agreement is if you kill Dolph, you get $100,000. You need one or more people to be a participant in that agreement. You heard from one of them, Cornelius Smith. We know there's Justin Johnson, and there's Hernandez Govan. There is an agreement. And what also do you need? You need an overt act. Earlier I told you that an overt act in the murder case is often the murder. Well, you saw videos of that. You heard the defendant, you heard the shooter, Cornelius Smith, testify that he killed Adolph Thornton Jr. For first-degree murder, it has to be a premeditated killing of another. When we talk about premeditation, we know that there's no timeline on premeditation. It could be months, it could be weeks, it could be days, it could be a few minutes. All you have to do is have time to reflect. All you have to do is have time to think about what you're doing. Well, they had plenty of time. Cornelius said that they talked about this well before this murder. And we saw that the hit on Paper Route Woo was on August 13th. There was plenty of time to think and reflect about this murder. And as you saw from the video, it happened. For criminal responsibility, all you have to do is you have to have an act with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or the results of the offense. Smith told you Govan wanted his cut. He wanted $10,000 from Justin Johnson's cut and from Cornelia Smith's cut. That sounds like proceeds. Further, you don't have to be there when the trigger is pulled. You saw the video, you know that Hernandez Govan wasn't there, but that doesn't mean that he is not responsible for ending this life. Ladies and gentlemen, the state's burden is reasonable doubt. You heard in the jury instructions that reasonable doubt means moral certainty. You have to be certain for every element of the offense. That's my job. Certainty means that you can sleep easy at night knowing the decision that you made. It's not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's not 100% certainty. It's not beyond all doubt. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the standard. Once you've looked and reviewed all of the evidence, all of the photos, all of the videos and testimony that you've heard this week, it is the state's position that we have fulfilled our burden. We ask that you, the jury, make a choice. We ask that you make a choice to hold the defendant, Hernandez Govan, responsible for his actions. We ask that you find him guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
We can take a break, Your Honor, just so I can get settled.
How long?
5 minutes, I just have to switch the software over and have the deputy leave my podium.
Let's stand in a brief 5-minute break. Grab some break.
Court stands in recess, 5 minutes.
No, we can get ready.
I know for a fact, bro, you ain't never finna sit back and tell me that Gotti didn't have no idea what his brother was on. You know what I'm saying? Ain't that crazy though? You think that, no idea?
But if him and his brother weren't really cool like that.
Ain't his brother a part of the label? He got part ownership of the shit too. Like, you ain't told your brother that you finna get down on the motherfucker who he beefing with. Come on, man. That's some crazy shit. You finna tell me that ain't no way in fuck you finna tell me that this man didn't know that his brother was setting a play for Dolph. Man, get the fuck out of here. So all this shit that went down and Gotti with Angela Simmons somewhere don't know that shit going on. His brother just gonna serve him a treat, just like, bro, I did something for us. I got down on him. You know what I'm saying? Nah, Gotti, come on, man. That was some petty shit. Y'all got down on Dolph for nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? Okay, street shit is street shit. But after you send 100 shots towards a motherfucker, what you think he's supposed to feel like? Then shoot him in LA. What you think he's supposed to feel like? You know what I'm saying? He still wasn't telling the police it was y'all niggas. Y'all was getting y'all self caught up, doing shit sloppy. Just like this shit. You know what I'm saying? Just like this shit right here. Some sloppy shit. Yeah, man, Gotti was intimidated by that man. He already knew he was already jealous about the baby mama shit or whatever it was. But you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it run that deep. The king of Memphis, it's about who gon' man, come on. Y'all took that boy out for nothing, man. Crash ass niggas, man. And Govan to be a goddamn fool to sit on that stand and let them people bury his ass and don't say shit and look at Gotti for the rest of the remainder of his life on TV while you in the joint lifting weights, eating soup and shit, talking about, man, you know. What you gonna say? Because that nigga gonna continue to blow and do good. While your dumb ass sitting in jail for a nigga that man wasn't even thinking about y'all ass. Y'all done settled another nigga beef. Stupid ass nigga. Stupid ass niggas. And I think Yo Gotti got a nose job because his nose ain't big no more. That motherfucker, that little bell pepper that went down a little bit. So I think he got a new nose job. You know what I'm saying? But that's on some other shit. I'm just saying the shit is bullshit. It's bullshit. They killed that boy for some bullshit. Shot the man and he had a cookie in his hand. This shit is crazy. Shit crazy. What y'all think about the bullshit though? You feel me? I'm rolling up right now, but you know, y'all give me y'all thoughts on the shit. Look like they finna nail their ass. I just want to see his old boy gonna go down like that. Is he gonna go ahead get on his Nino Brown shit. If I go down, everybody going down with me. Let me see. Right up. Oh, shit. What's the word, bro? I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. Hold on. It is.
I was just speaking into it.
Yo,
What's going on, bro?
man, what's going on, man? What's going on, King? Hey, look, man.
That's some bullshit, bro.
Man, bro, look, man. Hey, first and foremost, man, let me say this real quick, man. First and foremost, man, rest in peace to young Dolph, man. My condolences to his family and all the people that that his death infected, you know what I'm saying? Affected because Shalakia, because I know that his death affected a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Because he was very active in the community and stuff like that or whatever. But when you looking at this case right here, man, you can clearly see, like you were saying, you know what I'm saying? Like you were saying, you know, ain't no way that 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 everybody that Gotti didn't know about this or whatever. Gotti didn't know, you know what I'm saying, that this was going down with Dolph or whatever, that because the drama was real, it was public, you know what I'm saying, for real. It was all on the diss tracks or whatever, you know, they were shooting at each other and everything, you know what I'm saying. Well, they were shooting at him, basically, you know. You never heard about young Dolph retaliating, you know what I'm saying, for real.
No. Hold on.
Unless he had to.
I ain't gonna say he wasn't retaliating because Dolph was a sleek, sneaky little black little motherfucker too. Now he was doing some shit.
That's because he had. I mean, if he had to, but he didn't make it. He didn't make it like
He
they.
didn't kick this shit off trying to shoot at these niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. That's what I'm trying to say.
100 times. That's a goddamn problem. You know what I'm saying? And then you turn around, don't even tell on the niggas. They get themselves in trouble. But then when he got shot in LA, that was by Gotti and them people. One of his homies went to jail for that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's like, once again, there go an attempt, you know? Then look at this shit. The only thing that I question about this shit with him right now is the fact that Blac, I don't know, the way Blac Youngsta was moving was kind of different. You know what I'm saying? Even if he was just on some cloud chasing shit, you know what I'm saying? Him and Blac Youngsta had some personal shit going on. Like,
man, that was
going
more.
to
That was
grandmama's houses.
That was more than just cloud tracing, man. That was more than just what Blac Youngsta was doing.
Blac Youngsta was on some other shit. Like, you know, he came in really trying to hold Yo Gotti. You know what I'm saying? on some I got you, on some trying to take on his beefs and all that shit, trying to prove itself. So it's funny how Blac Youngsta ain't even made a hit in a long time. And that boy is up right now on the music. You know what I'm saying? I mean, money-wise, you're up. Make it look like somebody put you up. You know what I'm saying? For a reason. Like I understand you've been with the label for a minute, but you ain't been dropping shit that was valuable. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got hits from back in the day, little club shit, but to be up to date right now and your money you're living like this and money, hey man, and your music ain't on shit. Sound like to me somebody put this boy in a position where, you know, hey, you stood on some shit. You know what I'm saying? You can sit up, you can sit back. You know what I'm saying? And it's like both of them is staying out of the clear, you know? So, and I don't know if the fake beef between them is some shit they trying to cause to make it look like they don't rock with each other like that. But at the end of the day, man, say that shit. They can say that shit. They ain't have no reason to do that shit to that man. For real.
Hey, baby.
And what they need to do is check into motherfucking that Benz. Because I don't know if I heard them really talk about the carjacking of the car and the lady. You know what I'm saying? She ain't never say shit about how terrified she was at these niggas taking her car, because I think it's some bullshit. That's supposed to be old boy, baby mama car, girlfriend car. Hold on.
Right,
Let me get to this real quick. I'm finna mute us. Let me see what they finna say.
Yep. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your time this past week. You've been stuck in a hotel room with no TV, no internet, just to make sure that your mind doesn't get jaded with regards to anything you see on the press. We talked about first appearances. I also talked to you about the fragility of the criminal justice system, and I hope you can see why now. I don't know anything about the 16 of you, which 12 are going to be the actual jurors. Mr. Govan doesn't know. I don't know if you have kids, if you're rich, if you're poor, if you live in Orange Mountain, if you live in a nice part of Nashville, Memphis. You see that I'm from Atlanta. But all I have is trust in you because you said you are peers to Mr. Govan. Mr. Govan, stand up. Come sit at the table and let them see you. It's time you're not marginalized anymore. Sit there while I talk. The fragility of the system is solely based on you. I don't know in what world the prosecution is living in this case, because unless they were watching something in the multiverse where other witnesses were saying perfect things, I don't know why we're here. You all should be embarrassed as a community that your district attorney thinks this evidence is sufficient to take a man's life for first-degree murder. You should be embarrassed that this is the person you voted for that brings this type of case. Just embarrassed. Many of you said you had a problem with the criminal justice system because too many people go free or they get bond. What they don't tell you, what the government doesn't tell you, and the press doesn't cover, is this is what happens when you don't have an advocate that knows what the hell they're doing, checks all the records, fights for you, and shows you that he didn't do it. That's just another black man that is of no value from Orange Mountain, that's poor, that has never had a voice in his life. I'm fixing that. My team is fixing that. He is indigent, he is poor, and he deserves better than he's gotten in this case. Sergeant Browning, who's the biggest liar that I'm going to go through with you, says we can't kidnap people and bring them in for questioning. What did Angela Arnold tell you? They threatened to have me arrested, being involved in this case, if I didn't talk to them. We went to the airport and we figured he was going to assert his rights, so okay. What about the second guy, Mr. Sears? His lawyer said he wasn't in town. When you talk about accessories and all this other stuff that the judge has told you about, how about the people that helped hide them? How about the people that helped give him new clothes? How about the people that gave him medical treatment, assuming they were even shot? Because you know what? I don't even know if he was shot, and I don't even know for a fact if that was the Mercedes used in the murder. Because why? There was no blood in the Mercedes. Had there been any blood to back up what Cornelius was saying, they would have plastered it front and center to you. Their own lieutenant from crime scene that they did not call tells you no one wiped that car with bleach because luminol or the other star thing, whatever it was, would show that. And if somebody said, I poured bleach on a towel and I wiped that car down, they would be lying. I don't know what world we live in. None of you would buy a pack of gum based on the word of Cornelius Smith. You wouldn't do it because he's a lying piece of so-and-so that will do anything. Lie to his pretend grandmother, his family, his girlfriend, anybody. And I'm going to prove it to you as we're going to go through a few more slides. And Detective Browning may even be worse because that's just pure evil, trying to put people in prison based on shaded evidence. Dabney told you the truth, that we didn't do all this other stuff that we should have done. We didn't get around to it, was his quote. He wasn't happy about it, but he told me the truth. The other guy couldn't answer a yes-no question. It was always dodge and deflect, which is what they're taught to do as part of their training when they go and come and testify. These are the people that are policing your streets. You should be ashamed. The only crime that's being committed here today is in this courtroom. It's been committed for the last 3 days. This poor man will never get his life back because of what has happened. He's been threatened because they all think he's involved in the young Dolph murder, and everybody loves Dolph. Dolph has been threatened for years. He moved away from Memphis 5 years ago. He had 3 old bullets in
Boy,
his
that
brain.
lawyer, they're trying to talk good for him, ain't he?
Being in Charlotte, being in Los Angeles. Everybody knew there was a price on his head. There is no plan. There is no plan. I tell you why. Because if I made a plan and I go back to my house across the street with a murder car, are you freaking kidding me? And then they go ahead and call around to see where can we go to get changed. We are across the street from the guy that planned the murder. We don't go to his house to change clothes, but we ride around town until somebody picks up the phone, as you see from the records, and we go to 2 lane while we're bleeding and doing everything else. Have you seen a single photo of Angel Arnold's car, the Mercedes, or anything that had a drop of blood in it, as if they said, Cornelius is a pathological liar. I don't even know if he got shot on that day, because you have to ask yourself, there is a bullet lodged in his shoulders, he told you. For a freaking month, he didn't get infected. He didn't have a problem. He just put some bandages on it and it was okay. Please, for the love of God, this is insane that I even have to talk to you about this. If this is what is sufficient evidence for first-degree murder, we're all in trouble because you're going to be next. Assault, all these charges they gave you. There's 15 different ways they're trying to convict this guy. I didn't assault anybody. He didn't assault anybody. He didn't aggravated assault anybody. He didn't solicit anybody. He didn't facilitate anybody. He didn't act at whatever age anybody. It didn't happen. All the text messages, all the phones, everything that showed you. Have you seen one single message from Justin Johnson or Cornelius Smith that says, hey, bro, let's go shoot somebody? I gave you tons of messages over their objection where Justin Johnson is talking to other people, talking about killing people. They weren't discreet about it. Where is a single message to Govan from any of these people over the course of 4 months that says, we're going to do this? Can we get your permission? We're going to give you $10,000 or $38,000 or $50,000 or $100,000 or $1.5 million. You think if they would have had it, they wouldn't have shown it to you? They know the truth is the text messages are only about music because he's friends with Justin. I'm sorry, Justin's not a nice guy. They all live in the same neighborhood. They've all known each other. Just because you have quote communication doesn't mean you're in a conspiracy to kill someone. Cornelius. Let's go over the slides. This will speak for itself, and I'll let you think about it because I've hammered the point about didn't prove it. I don't need you to say he didn't do it if you don't want to, but they absolutely, for God's sakes, didn't prove it. for the next slide. All right, so, excuse me. So you see this, what the government says? Angel Warren's phone? Absolutely. This is Star Defense Exhibit number 1. This C bruh, assuming C is Cornelius, send me bruh number so I can get my phone, right? He needs to get his phone. Next slide. Quez's number. Guess what he told you is the one honest thing he said. His brother's freaking name is Marquez Smith. They call him Quez. His brother is the one that got the phone at best. You know why? Because they had TBI Garner up here. They asked him to do location data analysis on the phone, right? You guys remember all that? And they did it solely for Cornelius's phone, and they did it for Dustin's phone. But yet they didn't show you any location analysis. All they have to do is say, it's in that general area, this is where the tower's being, because calls are being made. Where was this call from? Where was his brother Quest? They just BS you constantly, and here I am fighting for this man's life. He is your peer. You need to be here protecting him from this. This is the crime. Next slide. So I'll just go over a few things on Cornelius Smith. I think that was pretty obvious from his statement. Go ahead, Robert. I think all this is obvious. You got a sociopath on your hands that's out there on his daughter's birthday. Is he intoxicated? He's not intoxicated. Just ask the prosecutor to tell you a straight answer, honestly. Do you even think the prosecution would take advice from Cornelius Smith on anything? But it's good enough for this poor man's life. My dad used to tell me, you know how somebody's honest? Would you loan him money? Raise your hands if you're going to loan Cornelius money. Because that's the crux of the whole case. And a bunch of BS cell phone records that don't tell you anything. Because they didn't do the location analysis. They can't give you a single text message that says we agree to do anything. And we know it was at least 4 months between the so-called meeting between multiple shootings that Cornelius did and when Justin went out. Next. And if you're not biblical, I'm sorry, but growing up that way, it's just used to be told the truth never changes. You don't need to remember it. You don't need to practice. Why were we meeting with prosecutors and lawyers just an hour before? I don't want a deal. I'm just here out of the goodness of my heart. I'm going to get a mandatory life sentence. Insane. Next. We also showed you the letters from Cornelius that he sent to his sister saying, I've got that lawyer that you paid for. It's this guy's lawyer, and that guy cooperated against somebody else and walked from a murder. That's what you have in black and white in Cornelius' own handwriting. And that is what all of you said when I said, what would you do to avoid a life sentence? You guys said, probably anything. All right. We know this to be true. Next. And we know all this to be true. Next. And we all know this didn't happen. It just didn't happen. His story just didn't happen. And both he and Angela said it. Because, remember, he had talked to his family to go see Angela between the 14th of December, her first statement, in which she didn't know nothing about nothing, and the 17th of December, when she decided. And note how they have to prompt her to ask, could it be somebody with the name Q? And note, they had to ask her, didn't he forget something? Didn't he tell you something he might have forgotten or something that he needed? They had to prompt her. This is 30 days after that. You don't have to remember the truth. This was the biggest day in somebody's life, you would think. I just killed Dolph. I'm running around, and she can't remember who the guy was that picked up the stuff at pressure room. Oh, shocker. There's a few cameras at pressure room. They had the absurdity to tell you, well, do you know how long the camera might be working or how long it records? You don't know how to find that out? Maybe go there and ask them. We've had Ring cameras and other things like that for a decade. It always goes to the cloud, and most likely it's going to be preserved for a year or so, which is what most businesses would do, especially in a dangerous part of town. And guess what? You have those crazy MPD cameras everywhere. You drive home, you'll see, and it's got the little blue thing coming out of it. I've showed you some of those from right around the area. Nobody checked any of them. You don't have to take my word for any of it, because everything I'm going to tell you is going to be backed up by independent evidence. You don't have to trust me for anything. You don't know me. But I want independent proof before I get in bed with a murderer with a machine gun that shot a guy 20 times in broad daylight, and thank God he didn't kill anybody else in that movie shot. And this is who they're in bed with. Next. All right. Sorry, I just have to calm myself down. The other things with the shenanigans, as they try to tell you, is when the officer accidentally said, I don't even know if it was Justin something, I think he said that, but he said, AKA Dolph, I'm sorry, not Dolph, Brock, in that. And Mr. Cornelius says, yeah, I met him through miscellaneous in a moment of weakness. And you know, when I asked about it, you just smiled. You have murdered somebody, and we're up here chuckling. The government's chuckling with him, and he's laughing at me, making smirky faces, and says, I saw you on TV. That's the behavior you want from a guy that took a machine gun and murdered people. In fact, his definition is, I didn't shoot that many people because sometimes we didn't get the shots off or the gun jam. And you're going to make a deal, not a single text message anywhere. Take my word for it. And oh, by the way, I think he's a federal snitch, but I don't know if I believe that or not because he's never snitched on me. All right, next. And then he also tells Uncle Ron, maybe we should have gone and talked to him, whoever Uncle Ron is, but I'm not a policeman, and I'm not trying to put anybody in prison. That there was a bug on him, that he's a snitch, and so you're going to have to plan a big old murder. Next slide. So we know he paid for his lawyer, and we know that was a team issue, and you know the absurdity of the prosecutor in the last statement. They're going to get to go up again and call me every kind of name in the book, which is fine. I can handle it. I will take those arrows for this man that I've grown to care about over the last year and a half because he didn't do it. They had the audacity to tell you we can't indict somebody that's dead. Shook died 2.5 years after all this happened. Remember, Justin Johnson was indicted in December of 2021, about a month after this happened. Cornelius was indicted in January of 2022, about a month and a half after this happened. There is no investigation done in 2023 or essentially 2024. It was done. They indicted and gotten who they wanted. So at some point, you got to ask yourself, what happened here? And I have no idea. But it's not my burden to prove their screw-ups. If you believe Cornelius, he says Jook is the one that set it all up. His girlfriend said that. Then they backtrack and say, well, he was there and he set it up, didn't go there. None of it happened. Keep going. And with Miss Arnold, I don't know how you date a murderer that's been domestic violence me, stolen from me, done this. I don't know what her issues are, I fault her or not. She's just doing what the man's telling her to do. They've had visits, they've talked about it, and her story is still iffy as far as that goes. And God bless her. I hope none of you would be with a essentially soon to be convicted murderer for 4 years after all this happened. Right, next. And the interesting thing there was, we keep talking about the car on Bradley. Bobby Carter also lives on Bradley. And Bobby Carter was involved in the shootings with Mr. Cornelius. And in fact, Angela says Bobby was involved in the Dolph shooting as well. Next. All right, we already know this as far as the jail calls and the family coming to see her. Next. And we also know about the varying amounts of money this whole thing was worth. So now we get to the meat and potatoes of a few things I want you to consider. Remember, the two pillars to this case is you got to believe Cornelius Smith, and the judges told you over and over again. You have to have that agreement. You got to believe it's out there, otherwise nothing. They've come up with 15 different methods, from murder to second degree to 30. I don't care if it's 47th degree murder. None of this stuff happened. There's no assault. There's no solicitation. There's nothing. So let's talk about the detectives. Next slide, please. All right. So the Detective Browning, the all-powerful Detective Browning, told you that Govan last talked. Oh, I'm sorry, I got my slides mixed up. We know Dabney, who actually I respect and had a nice talk with. He said they didn't do it straight up. Didn't try to sugarcoat it. We just didn't do it. Didn't go to pressure wall to confirm anything this man was saying. Tells you straight up, we didn't go to AutoZone. Tells you straight up, there was no relevant evidence of AutoZone. So there's a mystical receipt that's all crumbling. You can't tell what it is. That's supposed to be some kind of evidence now. And they didn't get around to investigating Joe, who was on Team Cornelius or whatever you want to call it. At least he was honest enough to tell you that. Next. So these are the slides you saw yesterday with Detective Browning. And this is where the evil of it all comes in. He did these call detail records for you. And this slide cuts off at 11:16 at 3:01:17. Right? They stopped it right there. I've highlighted for you. That was the slide. You might wonder, Manny, what's the big deal about that? It's just some phone call to somebody, no biggie, right? Yeah, he's talking to Cornelius here, no problem. But guess what? If they would have given you the full story on the slides where they're trying to bias you, next slide, you see on the same 11:16 at 5:37:15, this is Joke's number, and he spent a 6-minute phone call. It's not on the slide. I had to pull that off the call data record that you're gonna have a thumb drive. You will never find it or see it because there's thousands of pages of call information out there. But you see, this thing stops up there at 3 o'clock. They don't tell you this part that Justin Johnson talked to Joke before the murder and also sent him a turkey emoji. If you are a law enforcement officer, your job is to investigate and the facts go where they may. You don't have a job to convict people. That is why I respect Dabney. He made a mistake, he owned it. Browning is a liar, pathological liar through and through. Next slide. So I take this where Browning also told you that they last talked to Govan on November 5th. You remember an opening statement that told you Justin Johnson had not talked to Govan for at least 2 weeks prior to the murder. No communication whatsoever. But they try to tell you that, oh yeah, on November 5th, he must have talked to Govan. And then Cornelius last talked to Govan on November 15th. Just remember those. It was very specific that they argued. So let's go to the next slide. So what you'll see is on November 5th of 2021, this is Govan's number. Her name is Govan. He's getting a call from Justin Johnson. You see this? This is the communication they had on November 5th. How many seconds is that phone call? Let me break it down to you. Zeros. It never went through. There was no phone call for at least 2 weeks. No text messages. Nothing. And this is the guy supposed to be planning a murder with the most famous person in Memphis. Are you kidding me right now? All right, next slide. So there's an old movie that said the tail wagging the dog. You've got Cornelius telling him what they wanted to say as he tells you he likes to do. And everything they're trying to do is back up what Cornelius says. There is no explanation why they didn't go talk to Joe or bring him down for questioning. There's none. There's none. All right, next slide. So just go through here. That's 10, 12 phones out there. Go through all of them. Find me a text message where a single human being tells Hernandez Govan, we need to do something. That's evil, that's violent, that's criminal. Browning told you he just came up with these slides just a day or two before all this happened, because this is 4 years after the fact. And I'm seeing the slides for the first time. And the slides are complete BS because they keep misleading you about stuff. And so if the incriminating text existed, they would have showed them to you. They've cut off records in half, so you can't see the rest of the story. Go to the next slide. We know he agreed with me that these text messages, there's thousands of them with Justin Johnson. It's about music because Justin was in videos and all that stuff, and Govan was there. He was a colleague, a friend, whatever you want to call it. That doesn't make you a murder criminal. And we know he talked to Cornelius about pills. 14 communications is what they call it. What they don't tell you is how many of those 14 actually went through. What were the phone call codes? Remember, 11 is important because that goes to voicemail, or it could be 2-way, or the call goes through properly. Is it a text message? I don't know. Last night I'm talking to my daughter just about her boyfriend. Between okay, yeah, no problem. I had 16 communications with my daughter in a span of like 3.5 minutes. It doesn't mean anything. You can't presume you know what the communications are about if, in fact, for the love of God, they even went through. I've already shown you one bald-faced lie about the government right there. There was no call on November 5th. Keep going. So we have the turkey emoji, we have the 6-minute phone call, and this secretive plan, PRE, as his bodyguard told you, this is social media. They do this every year. This is what they do. Remember, he's a man of the community. They put it out there. Everybody knows they're doing turkey emojis every year. Most of you probably know about this. Next. All right, skip this. Let's go to the next one. And then we have this. It's not anything that could get voluntarily out of that man. We had to press and press and press to show that Justin Johnson already knew Joe. Didn't need our guy to do any of it. That is why you will never see a single text message of any incriminating nature. Because I can promise you, had it said anything, a comma out of place, they would have it plastered up here on a board saying, see, we got him, we got him. Next. All right, so Garner, he said, MPD asked me to do what? Location analysis on a couple of phones, Justin and Courtroom leases. All you have to do is plug in a number in a computer. We could have done it. Hey, it's also pinging off pressure levels. Maybe more believable. Even if you choose not to go there, you can just ping it. You don't need the actual phone if you've gotten rid of it, because you can just order the CDRs from the phone company, as he told you. He did cell phone tower analysis for a very short amount of time, and then it just stops. Is this kind of investigation in Memphis we call sufficient to put somebody in prison for life? And none of the other phones were done. Where was Chuck? Hell, where was anybody else in this case? Next. All right, we've got this, so covered that. Go next. We covered the AutoZone thing. I just respectfully ask, if the audacity to put a complete receipt in front of you that you can't read and just say, I just know this now. It is not that any police report anywhere, as I asked him, he couldn't answer the question. But now suddenly it shows up in the phone. We know Dabney knew this was garbage because they talked about the auto part from earlier. You can't put a date, time, place on it. It's all what they call red herrings to mislead you. Think there's something nefarious out there and just use your imagination to convict people. You would never let this happen if it was somebody you cared about when you saw this. Some of you might be supervisors. If this half-assed work is what they brought to your desk, you would fire that person immediately. And don't say you wouldn't, because you would, because it makes you look bad. This whole county is a freaking embarrassment with regards to this trial, and the whole world is watching, and this is what we've got. All right, next. And then the last thing is you got to ask, if I set up the plan, I don't know if I'm having the murder car come to my house. And if I have the murder car come to my house, why don't people just come inside and change clothes there instead of riding around all over town trying to find a place to go change? And again, I know you may think I'm crazy, but there's no blood in that car. Was this even the right Mercedes as far as that goes that they got? You remember Treon Ingram and another gentleman had stolen that Mercedes a while earlier. Treon Ingram didn't come and testify because Treon Ingram picked up another murder right after that. Where did the blood go? Cornelius told you point blank, no ifs, ands, or buts, and girlfriend. I took bleach and I wiped it down. And the lieutenant from CSI with 28 years of experience says that just didn't happen. Where's Angela's car? Remember, she said he was bleeding all over. Where's the evidence of any of that? All right, next. So all I do is cross my hands and beg you guys, he is your peer. There is no evidence here. You would never accept what's happened in this courtroom in your own personal lives to make any decision of any kind. And he deserves that same respect. There is nothing here. They're going to get to come back up again. Remember, we talked about first impressions. You need to use your minds, your eyes, your ears, and your noses and call the sniff test BS on this whole thing that they're about to give you yet again. There's nothing here. There's no solicitation, there's no facilitation, there's no assault, there's no murder, there's not a text message, there's not a phone call worth a damn, and they aren't telling you the story. Make them tell you, why didn't we investigate Chuck? Make them tell you, why didn't we investigate all the people that helped these folks escape? And if you want to talk about conspiracy, how did he conspire or solicit Justin Johnson? Have you heard anything about that? Who's Jamarcus Johnson? Have you heard a single word out there? They're all together in a conspiracy. All you have is Cornelius' word. He's the linchpin of this whole case, and none of us would trust him. And we sure as hell wouldn't want him much. And then we have phone records that actually exculpate him. But if you make it all nefarious and have a sleazy detective get up there and talk about it, sounds pretty good. He didn't do it, but you don't have to take my word for it. They didn't prove it. If this case gets a conviction, then I just need to stop being a lawyer because the system is shot to hell. Thank you.
Are you kidding me right now? Defense just called the whole city of Memphis stupid and dumb. Everybody from the DA to the police officers to the prosecutors, he called y'all dumb. Called everybody, all one of them dumb. Are you kidding me right now? This case is not about the prosecutor. This case is not about Juke. This case is not about Justin. This case is not about Cornelius. This case is about Hernandez Govan. He is the person on trial, not the city of Memphis, not the DA, not the prosecutors, not you, Hernandez Govan. That's who we are here about today. That's what this proof has been about. Embarrassed. Who should be embarrassed? Hernandez Govan. He is the person that made the choice to get engaged in this conspiracy. He made that choice. We've talked about choices. There are a few things in life that we can control, and our choices are one of them. What choices did Hernandez Govan make? You've heard that over the last few days of the choices that he's made. His choices led us here today. All right, police, they say they didn't do a good job. Convenient story. Something, novel. Because they didn't arrest everybody has to be arrested for them to do a good job. There was a twofold investigation. Sergeant Browning and Sergeant Dabney both told you that. It's very convenient that that part was left out of the defense's argument. There's a twofold investigation. Homicide and MGU. Those are two different entities within the Memphis Police Department. There was an ongoing investigation. And as Ms. Williams mentioned in her closing statements, this is a conspiracy. It's ongoing. To let you know that they were still investigating. Look at the call records. Look at when those call records were received. Now, defense will have you believe that, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of call records. There are. But guess what? You'll have access to all of that, and they're on a flash drive. You can search. You can put in the numbers that were given to you. When things happen, what happened with those calls? They're there for you. There's no hiding. There's no putting them aside. They're there for you to look at. So I wanted to clear up that misstatement.
The focus at the time of the incident, November 17, 2021, was on a homicide. It was not on who went to AutoZone or who went to Pressure World. The focus was on a homicide. A person was dead. The defense never mentioned that we are talking about a dead person. Dead. It's everybody's issue and fault but Hernandez Govan. The police didn't kill Adolph Thornton. Cornelius and Justin killed Adolph Thornton. But who put them together? Hernandez Govan. Look at the PowerPoint presentation that Sergeant Browning provided. It has communications that contact log was put in there for Juk and Justin on the same day, about July 27th, around that time. They looked like they exchanged numbers. And if they knew each other before then, they wouldn't have had to exchange numbers. They would have already had each other's numbers. Look at that. Look at the call detail records of Cornelius Smith. You'll see about the first time he had contact in his phone anyway with Hernandez Govan was about July 25th, 2021, around that time. All you have to do is plug the numbers in. It's not rocket science, as he'd have you believe. Hernandez Govan put these individuals together. In Govan's investigation, Govan's role in this conspiracy, as far as MPD was investigating, really didn't start until Angela Arnold gave a statement. Now, if we are to believe anything Angela Arnold says, then we are to believe call records, which Sergeant Garner said they don't lie. They're the records. They are what they are. So we can't believe that. We're not supposed to believe Angela either. We're not supposed to believe anything that's happened. The records are what the records are. But they bring in Sergeant Coburn or Lieutenant Coburn. Officers are bad. They don't do a good job. But he wants you to, well, this officer did a great job. Just this one that we bring in. He did a great job. Cornelius will tell you, he didn't just get a whole thing of Clorox and pour it all over the car and wipe it down. He said he sprayed some substance on a towel and wiped. He was still hurt. It was in the dark. He was in a rush. He was scared probably that Govan was going to come out and shoot him or do something because he was across the street from his house. But you want us to, the defense wants you to believe that all the officers are bad, they did everything wrong, except that part. The investigation was ongoing. Look at the call records. Look at when they were done. And you can still investigate. Because you want someone arrested tomorrow, it doesn't mean the evidence is all there. At this point, Juk is dead. Bobby Carter's dead. Joshua Taylor's dead. We can't arrest them. We're not digging them up from the ground. They are dead. That point is dead. Browning just analyzed the numbers that were there. Garner said the records are what they are. They come from the phone company or from the phone. All Browning did was analyze it. To say, hey, these many calls came from this individual, this many contacts. That's all Browning was brought here to testify about. But because those records show Hernandez Govan communicating with the conspirators throughout the summer, throughout the fall, from July until November, well past November 17th, at least November 20th of 2021, oh, Browning's a liar too. And when all he did was analyze the records were made by Mr. Govan. Defense also brought up that basically Justin Johnson had access to Juke on his own, basically. But we know that Govan made that connection. July 27, 2021. We know that. We see that in the call records. We see it. Govan already had Juke's information. Govan already had Justin's information. This was by July 27, 2021. Govan had Cornelius's information. Govan texts Justin address to Juke's smoke shop. And the contact was created between the two while they were there. But guess who did not have contact with Juke? Cornelius. He was a part of this conspiracy as well. And he got up here and he testified and he told you that he really didn't have much contact with Juke. Guess who he was communicating with? Hernandez Govan. That's who he was communicating with. And let's look at the definition of conspiracy. You just have to create that at least with just one other person. So if you take defense at his word that Justin Johnson had other conspiracies going on and this was something separate, Hernandez Govan was still egging on Cornelius. He promised to get Cornelius paid. Cornelius didn't have direct access to Juke. He told you he was trying to still get his money. December 2nd, 2021, he sent a message from Angela Arnold's phone via Instagram message. He said he couldn't just straight out put that, hey man, I want my money. I did what I was supposed to do. He said he sent him a message trying to get his attention. A week later, he's arrested. But Hernandez Govan was the link between all of them. Hernandez knew Juke. Even if the order, if it did, that's still being investigated. But if the entire hit came from Juke, it was communicated to Govan, who then put it out to Justin and Cornelius. Hernandez Govan did that. The defense also makes the assertion that for 2 weeks, Hernandez Govan didn't have any kind of contact with any of the people who did the killing. He didn't have contact with Cornelius. He didn't have contact with Justin. The phone records will tell you that that is not true. It's simply not true. The phone records are there. There was contact. There was contact the day before. There was contact the day before that. There was contact days before that. And even if they didn't talk on the phone, what is stopping them from walking to his house? Communication is there. Doing everything to take away from the fact that this trial was about Hernandez Govan. And there's nothing that says, okay, if we don't talk within 2 weeks, that all of this is out the window. Nothing in the jury instructions that the judge gave you or read to you said, all right, this conspiracy ends if we don't talk in a week. This is not girlfriend and boyfriend stuff. This conspiracy was ongoing. Hernandez Govan is just trying to pull himself away at this point. But this, Justin and Cornelius, they were put together by Govan. It's been reiterated several times. All right, even if you believe what the defense says, say Justin was conspiring with others. Okay, two things could be true at the same time. But what we do know that shortly before the turkey drive, Cornelius said that Hernandez Govan called him and Justin together and was like, hey, y'all know this turkey drive getting ready to come up. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to make this money? Y'all ready to do this? Cornelius told us that. The call records, they show that there was some communication shortly before the turkey drive, the week before Thanksgiving. And Govan just reminded them, this is your mission. This is what you're supposed to do. If you want this bread, you need to make it happen. You need to make sure that you take care of that family that's been out there. You need to make sure this is what you do. So Justin chose, even if there were other conspiracies, just if there were other conspiracies on the side. On November 16th, 2021, Justin Johnson chose Cornelius. He chose Cornelius. The same Cornelius that he was introduced to through Hernandez Govan. That same day, Justin Johnson sent Juke a turkey text. It's the same text that defense has entered into evidence. He sent that on November 16th. Defense just showed you there was some communication with Juke on November 16th. On November 17th, again, the day of the murder, the day that Dolph was killed. Even if there were, again, other conspiracies, Justin Johnson chose Cornelius Smith to go on a hunt with him. He chose to go on a hunt with him. He chose him the day before. He chose him on the day of. And Cornelius Smith said the only way he knew who Justin Johnson was because of Hernandez Govan. He told you that several times. Then we talk about Cornelius. Let's talk about his testimony. Cornelius was the state's witness. Prosecutors are probably not going to be hard in screaming at their own witnesses. The point is to get the witness to talk so that you, the jury, can understand what's going on. They're a witness. Cornelius, at this point, has already testified in a previous trial. He has no reason to come in here and lie to you about what he did. He said and told you, as you watched the video of the murder of Adolph Thornton, he told you, that's me with the big gun to kill him. Now, if any part of that is, if he's to lie about, why lie about him killing somebody? That's where you lie at. He didn't lie about that. He told you. I mean, I did. But I wouldn't have known Justin Johnson except for Hernandez Govan. And he put us together to get this done. He told you, the defense attorney, at least several times, that he was under the influence. You saw the video. Cornelius Smith was He was up there. He was high. Even the questions that were asked of him were confusing. And he told you, he said, I don't remember. I had taken some pills, and we learned he'd been taking pills. So why at that point say anything different? Even Angela Arnold said he took some pills that day. Yeah, he may have been fine, but he told you, I've been doing this for a long time. It may not affect me the same way that it affects someone who doesn't take pills. But in addition to the pills he was taking, he took some Tylenol PM. Defense tried to make it seem like it was just, a headache medicine. But he was getting that edge. He saw the end of the road coming for him. He knew the marshals were behind him. He knew that. He's taking them pills. So they tried to get a statement out of him that day. He's all over the place. He's confused. Doesn't really say much to him. But he gives a statement eventually. And he tells you on the stand what happened. How Mr. Hernandez Govan set all of this in motion. And defense, paints him as a liar. Cornelius said his game to women. Well, Angela, she's still with him. Some kind of game. Letitia Jackson's kid's mother, he had enough game where she took his phone. He handed over his phone to her the day he got arrested. And Miss Ferguson, the neighbor, she said, he's a sweet baby, just sweet as he won't be. Just love him. He helped her out. She didn't have a bad thing to say about him. Said he didn't give her $500, or someone didn't give him $500 for Cornelius. How do we know Miss Ferguson is the neighbor that happened to? Live on the street, there's several neighbors. But he brings sweet little Miss Ferguson in. We had nothing bad to say about Cornelius. Cornelius, his testimony was backed up by Angela, by the evidence in phone records, by the murder. All of that is backed up. Okay, you have looks like an AutoZone receipt in a picture crumbled up. You have access to the picture of their receipt. It was a picture that was in the phone that Cornelius took. It was in Browning's presentation. Look at the receipt. Blow it up. Stretch it out. You'll see that was taken, it looks like AutoZone, and it was a receipt from November 20th, 2021. In the end, all of this points back to Hernandez Govan. He got the ball rolling. He kept the ball rolling. He kicked the ball in the end. He introduced Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson for the purpose of taking out members of PRE. One member of PRE being Adolph Thornton. That's where the conspiracy started. Again, all fingers point back to Hernandez Govan. Justin Hernandez Govan. Cornelius Hernandez Govan. Juke, as the defense keeps wanting to throw out, Hernandez Govan. And why I go to Hernandez Govan house after they commit the murder? Because that was comfortable for them. No one ever said these were the smartest killers. They didn't plan on getting shot. That wasn't part of the conspiracy. When we get shot, we're going to go here. But they'd already had the getaway car at Hernandez Govan house. So they originally met at Hernandez Govan house back in July. If they would ever meet up during the time of the conspiracy, from June of 2021 until March of whenever they were arrested, they would meet at Hernandez Govan's house. Want to go shoot a video? Go to Hernandez Govan's house. They're all in the video. Park your getaway vehicle, go to Hernandez Govan's house. Park your murder vehicle, Hernandez Govan, that's the person. Now, why did they not go in? Maybe he wasn't there right then. Maybe he was like, something went down, I'm getting out. Who knows? But we know what happened. We know where they went. We know that the murder vehicle was parked there. We know that the getaway truck that they used to get somewhere else was parked in front of Govan's house. We know that. Even Cornelius Smith told you, Cornelius Smith told you that Justin wanted him to meet him on the day of the murder. He wanted him to meet at Govan's house. Cornelius said he couldn't get over there. So Justin came and picked him up. Again, all of this going back to Hernandez Govan, as much as the defense tried to deflect and get you to choose different deflections, it all points back to Hernandez Govan. Hernandez Govan had choices. He chose to bring Cornelius and Justin together. He chose to encourage them to have a hunt, to go on a hunt. PRE members, but the biggest bounty was Dolph. He knew that Cornelius had a drug habit and that he needed money. And he played upon that. He preyed upon that. And he put him together with someone who was just as hungry for him. Justin and Cornelius were put together by Hernandez Govan. He chose to ask each of them for a cut of the proceeds. He chose conspiracy. Hernandez Govan chose murder. Adolph Thornton will never get to experience many of the things we take for granted in getting old. He will never get to experience gray hair. He will never get to experience wrinkled skin, crackling knees. He didn't get to choose to grow old. That was taken from him and put in motion by Hernandez Govan. You, the jury, you have a choice. The choice is now yours. You have a choice in whether you hold Hernandez Govan accountable for his role in this murder, for his role in this conspiracy. And I ask that you choose to find Hernandez Govan guilty of murder in the first degree and guilty of conspiracy. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm picking up on page 27. Deliberation, order of consideration. In reaching your verdict, you shall first consider the offense charged in the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty for that offense. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of that offense, or have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense, you shall then proceed to consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order from greatest to least within that count. You shall not proceed to consider any lesser included offense until you have first made a unanimous determination that the defendant is not guilty of the immediately preceding greater offense, or you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense. If you have a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant as to all offenses charged and included in that count, you shall return a verdict of not guilty and proceed to the next count. Verdict. Count 1. The charged offense in the first count of the indictment is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and accessory after the fact to wit, first-degree murder. Count 2. The charged offense in the second count of the indictment is first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are second-degree murder, facilitation to wit, first-degree murder, facilitation to wit, second-degree murder, solicitation to wit, first-degree murder, solicitation to wit, second-degree murder, aggravated assault, facilitation to wit, aggravated assault, accessory after the fact to wit, first-degree murder, assault. Count 1. When you retire to consider your verdicts, you will first inquire whether the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as charged in count 1 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order of consideration from greatest to least. If you find the defendant is guilty of a lesser included offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of, placing that offense in that blank, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If upon all the proof you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in count 1 of the indictment, under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant not guilty as to count 1. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. Count 2. You will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 2 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder as charged and included in count 2 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, included and embraced in count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order of consideration from greatest to least. If you find the defendant is guilty of a lesser included offense, your verdict will be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of placing that offense in that blank, embraced and included in count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If upon all the proof you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in count 2 of the indictment under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdict will be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over the deliberations. When you have reached a verdict on a particular count, the foreperson will check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign his or her name to the verdict as foreperson. Take the case, consider all the facts and circumstances fairly and impartially, and return to the court with verdicts that truth dictate and justice demand. Now, there is a couple things you need to know. Pages 33, 34, and 35 are your verdict forms. So I kept referring to check the corresponding box. These are the corresponding boxes. You got count 1 and 2 pages for count 2. Okay. I also have here the official copy of the jury charge. There are a couple of minor changes that I've made, like I caught one misspelled word, a couple misspelled words. And I've made those changes on here, nothing that's going to change it substantively. But the official copy is going to go back to the back. Please do not write on it. Feel free to write on your own copy. Just use this as the official copy if there's any discrepancy on what you may have with you. Okay, so this is the official copy. So is everybody in a good position to deliberate? No issues with the court with no doubt. All right, so we shall choose 4 alternates. Once again, all of the exhibits are going back to the back with you. You will be provided a computer, a blank computer that you can use to look at any of those zip drives if you'd like. Miss Stacy, do you have anything back in the back you need to collect? You'll just stay right where you are, please. Miss Wilkes, ma'am, do you have anything back in the back? Mr. Cobb, do you have anything back in the back?
Just a book.
You want to go get it now? Mr. Ayers, do you have anything back in the back? All right. You want to go collect? If you have any questions, please write them down and turn on the light. Officer Parks will come collect your questions. George, you are excused to deliberate. Alternate standing. All right, is there any recess?
What's on a precursor?
I always just show lawyers this. I
I
had
have
a
no
bad
idea who that
experience one time, so I always show lawyers what the numbers are, make sure we are playing with the numbers. All right.
So what y'all think so far, man? Cause that boy, Govan, aka Quet, he trying to fight hard. You know what I'm saying? He trying to make it like, say he done, huh? I don't know, man. They might try to put up a good one, but it's like if he ain't the person who they trying to say, make it like he ain't the person who set this play and did all this, then who, you know what I'm saying? You trying to say what? Juke just did all this by himself? He said all this by himself? Come on, man. You try to play like you did, regardless of the fact you're a part of the murder. You know what I'm saying? So ain't no getting acquitted for nothing. Regardless of anything, you're a part of it. You played a role. You feel me? You played a role, man. Shit is crazy. Going through all this shit for nothing. This man that lost his daughter behind this shit and everything. That's the killer part. Oh, listen, for what? For real. Y'all listening, man, get the likes up, man. You know what I'm saying? I just been vibing with y'all all day for a few hours, you know what I'm saying? Shit, whether we watching the case or we just going through old interviews and, you know what I'm saying, shit about Dolph. You know what I'm saying? We just rocking out right now. I gotta make a store run. I gotta go get some blunts. Straight up. I don't think they're gonna give no verdict today. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. We shall see. I don't think they're gonna get no verdict today though. It's a lot of shit going on though. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to see. I'm wondering if they're gonna expose shit. Big dog. You know what I'm saying? What's next? Is they gonna leave it at that? Is it just gonna go down like that? You know what I'm saying? Trying to see what's next. They got us on hold, y'all. Let's see what's gonna happen next, man. Oh shit. Hold on, y'all. Now, let's see what they talking about on Elways, man. Let's see.
Hey, introduce who you is, my guy.
Yeah, as much as I'm circulating on YouTube, you think I need an introduction?
Hey.
Make your browser fast. Make your browser safe. Make your browser.
Oh. Everybody was saying allegedly for him.
Okay, so I want to get in this interview, man. You know what I'm saying? This boy Stan G. Shout out to Stan G, man. Stan G had an interview with this man. You did? And I want to get into it so y'all can see this shit.
Entertainment purpose, but you know what was real. Oh my. What it do, my guy? Hey, introduce who you is, my guy.
Yeah, as much as I'm circulating on YouTube, you think I need an introduction?
Hey, you gotta let the people know though.
Man, for the ones that don't know, man, I'm Quit, man, from Orange Mound, Tennessee, man.
Hey,
what you need me to get this camera together or something?
Get it together, man. You already know. All right, so Orange Mound Quit.
What it do?
All right. How you come up in Memphis, man?
Come up hard, man. Gotta come up hard in Orange Mound.
Come up hard.
Come up hard.
Like, what you mean come up hard? Like, what you
I'm from dog eat dog environment, bro. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It was just rough coming up where I came up here. You know what going on in Orange Mound?
I already know. The Mound real. The Mound really been real since back in the day.
So for me to survive that tell you something.
Exactly. So who is Hernandez Govan and who is Quit? Like, what's up with this? Like,
it ain't no alter ego or no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, be real with you, Hernandez, that's a name that I hated. I think my mama was a little tipsy when she had me, but that's another story. But you know, my grandmama, she wanted to name me Quit, so that's what we roll with.
All right, let's get to the meat and potatoes. Your current situation, have it changed your life in any type of way?
Bro, you know the environment I come from, bro. You know, this shit ain't nothing new. You know what I'm saying? You know, but from a legal standpoint or perspective, you know, it changed. You know what I'm saying? Certain stipulations to how I can move around and, you know, shit like that. But other than that, you know, it's shit second nature, bro.
Your daughter, bro. RIP to your daughter, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I seen your daughter, like, she was with Lil Uzi Vert, right? Like, she was signed with Lil Uzi Vert, right?
Nah, she wasn't, you know, she wasn't technically signed to him. You know what I'm saying?
You made that happen because you was in the game, right? Like, you really made that happen.
Nah. See, a lot of people think that because of, you know, my relationships and shit with Flip and, you know, certain other people or whatever, that I made it happen. But I ain't gonna take credit for something I ain't do. My daughter made that happen on her own. You know what I'm saying? My daughter was a hustler, man. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, her drive was strong as a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, she was promoting her own music, you know what I'm saying, getting herself out there, and Uzi, you know, caught on and reached out to her and kind of took her up under his wing, and he did a lot for her, put her in some great positions. Uzi a good dude, he a real one for sure, but she wasn't signed to Uzi. She actually was in talks with Kodak Blac.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
She was in town with Kodak Blac?
Yeah, you know, when my daughter passed, you know, he posted some screenshots of their DMs and, you know, them going back and forth talking about the contract. He actually had just bought her a car, which she didn't even know. Shout out to Kodak. And you know, but he put all that on the gram, you know, when she passed and shit, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, he had some great intentions. Unfortunately, she didn't, you know, she didn't get to live to see that, but, you know, it is what it is.
I seen a little Uzi look like Lil Flip doing and Rolls-Royce trucks at your daughter funeral. Like you and Lil Flip was tight. Y'all were locked in.
Yeah. That's my little brother. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? That's little brother. You know what I'm saying? You know, he came down. You know what I'm saying, for support the funeral. You know, him and Uzi went together. You know what I'm saying? But of course, you know, they snapped it up or whatever the case may be. But Flip, that's my little brother for sure.
How that relationship started, like you and Lil Flip?
Well, you know, back in the day, you know, it's like the environment I come from, we always trying to find a better way. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I was investing in a few hip hop concerts, you know what I'm saying? And that was one of the first ones, you know what I'm saying? I brought Flip, he came down, you know what I'm saying? And we just locked in, you know what I'm saying? It was a situation that happened, you know what I'm saying? And he told me, you know, if I ever needed him, you know what I'm saying, if I was ever around this way, hit him up and he'll show the same hospitality. And so, you know, I reached out to him one time when it was a situation and he sent the car for me. And we've been locked in ever since.
Oh, so that's how the Source Award, like the Source Award, you got the T.I., fuck T.I. shirts on,
Hey, boy,
break down
I don't know where you do your research at, boy, but you know a lot, boy. Yeah. So, you know, to speak on that, you know what I'm saying, you know, Flip was performing at the Source, you know what I'm saying, and we all decided we was gonna wear the black Dickies outfit or whatever. So, you know, I always gotta go a step above and beyond. So I got my boy home with a airbrush, fuck T.I. on there and Clover G and Orange Mound, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, that was my decision, you know, at the time. You know what was going on with T.I. and Flip.
But so how you and Scarface from the Ghetto Boys, y'all end up getting into it like off of this situation, like when you was going to the Source Award?
Nah, me and Face didn't get into it. We just had a conversation. I had landed, and I can't remember we was in Miami, wherever the Source was that year when Flip performed Game Over. I landed, and as I'm deplaying, Face was coming in about the board. We was going through the TSA, and when he seen me, he was looking at me, Face trying to figure out who the fuck I was, because he seen all this Clover G shit airbrushed on my shirt. And you know, Cloverland, that's a neighborhood in Houston. That's where Flip from. And so when I spotted him, I'm looking at Face like, man, his Face. You know how we feel about Face in the South. You know.
Oh yeah.
So he walked over. He was real humble. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, yo, what up, bro? I've been trying to get over Flip, trying to holler at him. I'm like, oh yeah. He was like, yeah, bro. I've been trying to holler at him about the T.I. shit. You know what I'm saying? And so boom, I picked up my phone. I called her, bro. You know what I'm saying? But at the time, he was rehearsing. And so I told Face he was busy, you know what I'm saying? And he was like, man, tell him I've been trying to get up and let him know, you know what I'm saying? You know that I ain't got no issue with him. You know what I'm saying? I said what I said, but I'm fucked up with T.I. taping my phone conversation without my permission. He was like, man, just make sure you let bro know that's where I'm at with it. I ain't never seen him in the Clover, but that don't mean he ain't from the Clover. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, he just spoke his piece with me. You know what I'm saying? I passed the message, and you know, it was what it was. But it wasn't no tense conversation or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? It was just man to man.
And that's on the real. I like the city, bro. Let's get back to the city, man. Like, how you feel like, you know what I'm saying, the beef and everything going on in the city? Like, what's your feelings about what's going on right now?
I mean, you know, to be honest, bro, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? You know, growing up in the era that I come up in, you know, our main focus was the money. You know what I'm saying? And it's just different. you know, we really enjoyed our childhood growing up. And these kids these days, all they know is ops and calling people they don't even know, never met. They ops, you know what I'm saying? It's just dangerous, you know what I'm saying? Kids can't even go outside and play. The elderly, you know, they scared to go certain places, you know what I'm saying? I just wish it could go back to how it was when I was coming up. You know, you remember the days we go to times, Orange Mountain might get to fight with North Memphis or South Memphis, get to fighting, and the next week everything cool. We ain't trying to kill each other. We ain't trying to do none of that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, just for the city, you know what I'm saying, itself, you know what I'm saying, I wish it could just go back to how it was, but, you know, it's going to take more than me. It's going to take a village, you know what I'm saying, to get this city together, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, my. And that's real. Hey, like, we're going to speak about the op situation. No jumper. Julio, you know what I'm saying? Like, with the op situation, he was speaking on, like, with your daughter dissing his ops. Like, how you felt about that?
How, what now?
Like, Julio spoke on your daughter dissing his, you know what I'm saying? He had the song with your daughter dissing his ops. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah. I mean, you know, my take on that is, you know what I'm saying, you know, I don't know Julio. I ain't never met him personally or nothing like that, but I just feel like he should have pulled her to the side and like, look, that's dope. You doing something, you speaking on something that ain't got nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying? And it's a dangerous situation. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, by her looking up to him in the rap game or whatever, I feel like she would have listened. You know what I'm saying? If he would have been adamant about the fact that he didn't want her to do that. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know Jumper. He said that, you know, he spoke to her about it. You know, how in depth he did, I don't know. I can't say I went there. You know what I'm saying? But if it was me in his shoes, I wouldn't have let her make that verse. I would have got her to change it. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, she was still a female. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of females, sometimes they say things that, you know, they don't understand the repercussions and consequences. You know what I'm saying? They come with it.
And that's real. But then after she died, Jay died, came right after. Like, and this stuff, like, how you felt about this situation, bro?
I mean, you know, by that being my daughter, of course, you know what I'm saying, it rubbed me the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? You know, but, you know, I got alligator skin, Stan G. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I done been through so much, you know what I'm saying? You know, this shit like that, no. You know what I'm saying? Some shit upsets you. The next hour is, you know what I'm saying? It is, you know, when I look back on this shit, I got to look at it from, I guess, from J-Dot point of view, too. You know what I'm saying? It's like, here it is, a female dissing your brother that got killed, and y'all ain't never met her. You know, so when my daughter passed, he took it upon himself to diss her. You know what I'm saying? Which I ain't gonna never agree with. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I just feel like Julio could have stopped all this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Real talk. So if you sing Julio to, like, if you got it, well, I guess Julio, he gonna hear this joint anyway. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
All right, let's get to some more meat and potatoes, man. Everybody saying that you know Raven from the cookie shop, from Makita's Cookie.
Oh, man, hey, what's the old saying, Stan G, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear? Man, Raven walked in front of me right now and slapped the shit out of me. I wouldn't know who that lady was. You know what I'm saying? You know, nah, I ain't never.
So all the bloggers out there, you just threw it out the window. You ain't never seen no Raven in your life.
Man, and look, I don't know that lady, man. I ain't never met her. I ain't never been to the cookie shop, but none of that goofy shit.
What's you and Blac Youngsta relationship?
Man, I don't rap. I ain't never met no motherfucking Blac Youngsta day in my life.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Out to him though, you know what I'm saying? But nah, I don't know, bro.
All right. Was you on the crime scene? I'm just gonna say it like this. What the blog was saying.
Ron James, your uncle.
For real, Jay. For real, man. All right, Man, I'm trying to get into all the rhetoric. You know what I mean?
I'm here, man.
All the rhetoric.
You understand?
What's your relationship with CMG?
Man, I ain't got no comment on this shit.
I feel you.
I can't. You know, I still got an open case, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a lot of shit that I can't speak on. I'll respect you. You know what I'm saying? You know, and if you're from the streets, you know what I'm saying. You know, you understand that. I'm sure. Hopefully, you can respect it too.
I feel you. All right. Well, how about how you feel about what the bloggers say? Man, he got out early. He must be working. What you feel about the bloggers, bro, and their whole situation?
Man, look, the environment I come from, Stan G, motherfuckers, they say all kind of shit. You think I give a damn about what bloggers that ain't never seen me, never met me, got to say? Man, that shit don't hold no weight with me. Man, these bloggers post all kind of bullshit just for views, for clickbait. Man, if I see that shit, man, I laugh, man. You know what I'm saying? That shit might hold some weight with a goofy or something, or affect a goofy. You know what I'm saying? But somebody like me, man, I see that shit and laugh, man. That shit ain't nothing to me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, how you get your name Orange Mound quick, bro? Like in the streets, the infamous Orange Mound quick right now.
See, that was you put the infamous on. You know what I'm saying? You put the infamous on there. Shit infamous about me, bro. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I got the name just growing up in Orange Mound. You know what I'm saying? You know, I grew up as people know me as a hustler, bro. You know what I'm saying? And if you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? That's all I ever been about. You know what I'm saying? All that other goofy shit that motherfuckers say online, and, you know, that ain't me. You know what I'm saying? My heart don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, man, I'm a loving and caring person. You know what I'm saying? When it's warranted. You know what I'm saying? You know. So with that being said, man, you know, that's how I got the name. Just growing up in that environment. You know, doing what I got to survive. You know what I'm saying? And just, you know, just being from that particular space in the city.
How many?
I mean, you know, I don't know how they treat me when I ain't around, but I know how they treat me when I'm in they, you know what I'm saying, they space. You know what I'm saying? You know, and as far as the, you know, the internet warriors and all of that, you know, they gonna say what they say. You know what I'm saying? You know, social media and the internet gave them a voice. You know what I'm saying? You know, so as far as the people that matter, you know what I'm saying, and my loved ones, and you know what I'm saying, you know, and them type, you know what I'm saying, they treat me the same, you know, because they know me, they know my heart, you know what I'm saying. So, you know, anything outside of that shit don't hold no weight with me.
And it's real. What's your relationship with CEOTs and straight drop, bro?
Nah, I can't. You know, it's certain things, you know what I'm saying, I can't necessarily speak on right now, but, you know, like me and you talk, you know about part two, you know what I'm saying? You know.
Part two gonna get really real, for real.
Yeah, most definitely. You know what I'm saying? When in due time, you know what I'm saying? You know, we're gonna get to it. Like you say, get to the meat and potatoes, the real meat and potatoes, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
You know, and by you being from the city, you know what I'm saying, it kind of made sense, you know what I'm saying, to do the first one with you. You know what I'm saying? You know, you're a journalist, you just doing your job, you know what I'm saying? You know, even with you know what I'm saying, you know, you kind of prior to our, you know what I'm saying, first interaction or whatever, I used to see your page and see your channel, and you kind of said a few things that wasn't accurate, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, as a journalist, I know y'all get misleading information all the time, you know,
Can you name what I say that wasn't accurate? I want to hear it.
Well, you know, it was one episode you had. It was kind of like it was about my daughter. You know what I'm saying? My daughter came up. You know what I'm saying in this particular episode, and it was you kind of reference almost to the fact like her death had something to do with my current situation.
Mm.
You know, it came up. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't feel like it was addressed the right way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you know, like I'm pulling from like the sacrifice end. I gotta speak about everything, like you know what I'm talking about. So I try to cover everything in this circle because you know everybody gonna pull from certain ends, but you know I feel you on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, well, okay. Let's get into what you thinking about doing next, bro. Like, what's your next move?
I mean, I'm just riding this shit out, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know, my next move gonna be my best move. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm just here, bro. You know, and you know, I got a lot of shit lined up. You know what I'm saying that me and you spoke about. You know, and a lot of positive things. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. You thinking about a book or a movie?
I'm thinking about all of that.
Okay. Very quick.
Matter of fact, I done thought about all of that.
Okay. Bid with quick. What is that about? Bid with quick.
Man, shout out to that boy Stan G, man. You know what I'm saying? For getting this interview, for sure, because I don't know what he talking about doing after this, but it don't look like he gonna be doing too much of nothing. If this man get up out of this jam, hey, that's crazy work. You know what I mean? But other than that, shit, somebody else gonna go down if it look like he going down also. So I don't know, man. We got to sit back and watch. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I fuck around, do a live on this later, man. Get a few people up and we politic, talk some shit about it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm up out of here. We've been looking at this case damn near all day. You dig? It's your boy Brazy, man. Hey, until next time, or until later. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get back at y'all for sure.